right here that way. Good morning. I'd like to call the Adams County Board of Supervisors meeting to order. Mr. Bradford, if you would, lead us with prayer.
Maybe about head. Heavenly Father, we thank you this morning, oh God, for allowing us to see another board. And Father, we just give you all honor and credit, oh God, for allowing us to see another day. And Father, we ask right now that you look over these board of supervisors, continue to strengthen them, all the elected officials, first responders, all the county workers, and everyone in this county and this state, oh God, continue to keep us safe and healthy. And Father, we just pray right now, Lord God, you continue to let peace arise in us and continue as we abide as one. And Father, we thank you, we give you a name, all honor, praise, and glory. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Mr. Miles, you lead us with prayer.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Start the roll call. Supervisor Grange.
Present.
Supervisor Hutchins. Supervisor Wilson.
Present.
Supervisor Gaines.
Present.
County Attorney Scott Slover. District Clerk Wayne Lewis.
Present.
Deputy Clerk Paige Green.
Present.
County Administrator Angie King. And I am present. First on the agenda, we need approval of the minutes from the January meeting. A motion by Supervisor Gaines, can I get a second? Second by Supervisor Hutchins. All in favor? All opposed? Next, we need approval of the dockets.
So moved.
A motion by Supervisor Hutchins, can I get a second? Any discussion?
Yes, sir, Mr. President, I am voting against 1165, claim number 1165.
Can you give me the transaction number on that, please?
Claim transaction number 22-1966.
Is that the one we talked about?
What's the date on top of that?
No, that ain't the one we talked about, that's the one I always vote against it. I haven't got a clear understanding of whether it's legal or not. The date is 1/28. Next one is, this is the one we talked about before the meeting, Scott. Yeah,
Oh, I didn't see him, sorry.
this is the one we talked about before the meeting. I don't know if it's legal or not, but it's claim number 1224, and the transaction number is 221894. And the date is 1/27. It's, I don't know, maybe Scott can tell y'all about it, but the next one is,
Yeah, it's candy, I'm not sure what that's about, what department it is or what. It's just candy, that's what Burke is.
1247. Transaction number 221955, the date 1/27.
You wanna hold those two transactions and check on it and see what that's even about?
Page, did you hear that?
Not
The
yet.
first one, I'm voting against. The second two, we want to hold when we can find out whether it's legal or not. But I'm voting against it.
All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it. Next on the agenda, we have the approval of the financial reports for the Adams County Sheriff's Office. Can we get a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Hutchins, second by Supervisor Wilson. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Next, we've got approval of the Chancery Clerk's financial reports. Can I get a motion? Motion by Supervisor Gaines, second by Supervisor Gray. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it. Next on the agenda, we have the district attorney should make a comment.
Good morning. I came today just for the purpose of addressing the false information that was given at the previous board meeting. First of all, Supervisor Gray, to address your question about the cameras. Yes, cameras will be helpful. One of our first trials out of the pandemic was a camera. That particular camera was at a gas station. However, I'm aware of at least 2 felony cases pending that were caught on camera, and I will be able to use those videos in trial. But I was called at the last board meeting about statements about me indicting, I think it's 5 cases per term. We have 6 terms in Adams County. 6 times 5 is 30 indictments. I bought with me today, I don't know how many indictments, but these are the indictments from 2021. These are some of them, these are not all. These are the ones that have been served. When I checked the circuit clerk's website, I indicted 130 cases last year. That's 130 cases, but that means more than, for instance, the 130th case had 4 defendants in it. Also, there was mention of, I think it was 189 cases that are pending, I think that was the number. Of that 189 cases, I'm sure, first of all, I'm not sure where it came from. And with that 189, I want to deal with felonies. So if they're misdemeanors, they don't even come to me. And for them to come to me, they have to be ready. Perfect example. Let's say somebody was arrested for a drug charge in October. Well, the crime lab hasn't analyzed that to see if it really was the drugs that they are purported to be. I can't indict that case until I get that crime lab report. I can't have Deputy Miles come in and say that this is marijuana. I have to have a scientist. It has to go to Jackson. It has to be analyzed. We only have one crime lab that do drugs in the state. They have to do it for all 82 counties, so it takes time. That's just drugs. Autopsies are way, we had a death in a murder case in Adams County last year. It took the family 2 weeks just to get the body back. That's to get the preliminary autopsy. I need the final autopsy when I need an autopsy. That may take 2 years. So these cases, yes, they are pending. And indictment numbers, yes, they could possibly be slightly down. However, I promise you, trial hours are up. I think you know about it because you get the bills from trials. You get those invoices. Also, even through that, we have had a pandemic, whereas the cases that I could have tried last year and sometimes this year, they are being continued. The Supreme Court has, I have that with me, the Supreme Court has issued many orders giving the judges the discretion to continue those cases. However, we are still trying cases. In the month of October alone, we tried 4 felony cases. 2 were murders. Those defendants, one got a total of 70 years. He has to do day for day. The other one got life plus 15. So am I doing my job? I think I am. When it comes to, there's been talk about pleas. Well, there's a rule, which I have copies for you guys if you want. There's a rule, Mississippi Code of Criminal Procedure 15.4, which says prosecuting attorneys are encouraged to make plea bargains. And let me explain to you about a plea bargain. Let's say Attorney Slover is representing somebody who's charged with aggravated assault. By statute, it carries 20 years. Myself and Attorney Slover could decide that, hey, we're gonna let this guy do 10 years. But when we go in front of the judge does not have to accept our 10 years. The judge can say, well, they'll do 5 years, the judge can say, they'll do 15 years. It's completely up to the judge's discretion. Same thing with bonds. We can agree, which I don't agree on violent crimes, but it just say we agreed on bond. Let's say we don't agree on bond of $150,000. Where in a violent crime, the judge has up to, let me get the numbers straight. If it's not a murder, they have up to $1 million worth of discretion. So myself and Attorney Fuller could decide we're gonna set the bond at $250,000. Well, the judge could say, I wanna set $100,000. She could say, I wanna set it at $300,000. She could say, I wanna set it at $1 million. That's completely left up to the judge's discretion. That was in her discretion. I have no control. All that I can do is go to court and make my order. It was what we do. With that being said, I think I covered everything that I intended on saying to you guys this morning. Any questions for me?
Anybody have any questions?
Mr. President, I'm gonna start out saying that because, I was the one made a recommendation, and that recommendation kind of got blew out of proportion, and we started talking about everything except what I put on the table. And my thing was, since we started the year off with some violent crimes, I recommended, I say it would be a good idea for the sheriff, police chief, the DA, and whoever else involved get together and come up with a game plan. And there wasn't no attack on nobody. And it got turned into something that it shouldn't got turned into, because I just was trying to get all the people together and they need to sit down and discuss a game plan. I don't even know if y'all could do that.
With that being said, while y'all was having that meeting, I was actually at the police department meeting with the police chief and his investigators about the cases that are in.
Well, that was my intent, for everybody to get
I have no
together
problem with it.
to come up with a game plan and see can we do what we could do to keep our citizens in Allen County safe. Now, it got turned into something else. I ain't had nothing to do with whatever it got turned into. Thank you.
And you didn't say anything about not using videos. You were questioning, I guess what you were told that the videos weren't being used. That wasn't your statement.
No, I ain't making a statement like that.
It was more my statement that, I asked if we could prosecute off of the cameras. Because, and the statement was that we can arrest, we can't prosecute. The prosecutors gotta do the prosecuting. And, you know, numbers don't lie. There were 362 indictments 2 years ago. You had 217 last year. That's a huge difference. Does the crime rate drop that much? No. If we and explain to me how we're gonna indict 5 or bring up 5 people before the grand jury per term.
That's what you said.
That's what I was told.
I know.
That's
but
all that's all you wanted it before your office.
That's not true. There's no way if I have 6 terms, 5 people, 5 times 6 is 30. I'm telling you, I indicted 130 people, so that's 100 people more than what you said. I don't know what you were told. I can only tell you what the fact is. If you don't believe me, I promise you, it's public record in circuit clerk's office. I mean, I think I know what you were told, and let me explain it to you. So, everybody here knows that we have more violent crimes in the city than we do in the county. What you may not know is that around September, for the most part, all the investigators except for one in the police department left. So we got a whole new group of investigators in the police department.
I am aware of that.
You're aware of that? Okay. So, with that being said, I have older cases from the city than I do from the county. So sometimes, yes, I will indict more cases from the city. I try to indict at least 10 cases from SO, 10 cases from NARC, and at least 10 cases from PD. Well, because PD has such a backlog, sometimes I don't indict as many cases from SO than I do with PD trying to deal with these older cases. It makes logical sense to me.
All right, and you mentioned the crime lab was a problem, and I understand the crime lab is pretty much caught up now. The crime lab is not way behind. I know they used to be 6 months behind or 9 months behind, but now they are not behind. Now, it does. I know it takes a little time to process every crime, But it's not like the crime lab's a year behind.
The crime lab is a year behind.
That's not what I've been being told about this.
And I understand this too, just because a case is ready doesn't mean that I promise you there are not 189 cases in my office ready to be indicted.
Okay, one of the statements I made was that you ran for DA as being soft on crime.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that. Okay, go ahead.
Is that a true statement?
No, that's not.
Oh,
My platform said that I will treat people that have drug problems like they have drug problems. I will treat like an addiction. Meaning that I would try to send those people to drug court and get a pre-trial intervention crime. If I was so soft on crime, we wouldn't have somebody that's doing 70 years in penitentiary. No, we have somebody that's doing life plus 15.
I understand part about the drugs and what you do with drugs. But when somebody's committing crime after crime after crime, I don't think you treat them as
That's only the first time offenders.
it seems like it's going on and on.
Understand, just like I just told you a minute ago, I can only make a recommendation. I don't sentence anybody. So just because I say, Judge, this person should do 10 years, doesn't mean the judge is gonna give that person 10 years. That's within their discretion.
Do you know who George Soros is?
No, I mean, yeah, I've heard of him.
I understand the money was sent down here to help you get elected
Yeah, I was
from
told
George Soros.
I was told that as well.
And his whole purpose in life now, he's a billionaire, is to ruin the United States. And let criminals go wild and do whatever they want to do and not be prosecuted. Are you part of that
No,
coalition?
No, I am
That's
not.
what George Soros wants.
Mr.
I mean,
President,
that year.
Mr. President, I think we getting off, from what we started on and this getting personal, and we need to, I'm not gonna be a part of no personal attack on nobody. I'm not gonna be a part of it, so if it's gonna be a personal attack, I'm gonna have to step out.
This is not a personal attack, Ricky.
Yeah,
This
that's what it
is,
sounds like.
well, this is about prosecuting crimes in Adams County, making sure people are paid for their
I
sins.
understand it, but we talking about who donated money to who and all this kind of stuff, man. I mean, everybody, the governor got a whole lot, he got a chest of $4.9 million and he doing up stuff himself. Ain't nobody saying nothing about him. And to be honest, I think she's doing a great job as a first district attorney. And sometimes we get the wrong information. That's why I advise everybody, when somebody tell you something, take the time out to go research it for yourself or you put it out there. Because once you put it out there, you can't take it back. So make sure you're putting the right information out there.
You might ought to study some of the stuff you're asking about.
I do.
Because I've got it right here.
I ain't saying you don't, I'm just saying that's what I recommend.
It's not like I don't have it right in front of me.
I'm certainly not trying to criticize any of the board members for asking questions like this, but we all have our role to play. We're roads, bridges, civil side, criminal side as sheriff and district attorney. Not saying we shouldn't ask these questions and things like that. So, but we all got a role to play in the government. That's how limited government works.
Well, I don't know who on this board has not been asked by some citizen or another about what we were gonna do about some of this stuff. So she came before the board. I asked some questions. So if
Now,
anybody
I'm
else
not
has-
criticizing you for doing that, for bringing up those questions. I'm just saying that we're a limited government. We all have our role to play. And you refer that to the district attorney's office on those questions.
I'm like she said, I'm gonna say this, she can only prosecute. That's all she can do. The rest is left up to judges. So, Jamaica, I'm gonna say, you've been doing a good job. I have been noticing what you've been doing. And, you've been doing a really good job. So I say continue to do what you're doing.
Thank you.
Because, like I said, you can only prosecute. Whatever the judges do, that's left up to them. You're not putting them back on the street.
Thank you.
The one thing I would ask, if we have like questions on if there's inmates that have been incarcerated pre-trial for a long time, can we ask in your office about what's
Yes.
going on with it?
Yeah, I think one I was asked about was,
I think Nicholas McGrew's been there for,
yes, first Nicholas did flee, I think it was last week. But prior to that, Nicholas has had, I think, 3 different attorneys. And of course it got continued a few times because of COVID, but he was indicted, I wanna say maybe February when I first came in. We had the pandemic, like every term, he changed attorneys. And you know, once he get a new attorney, he'll automatically get a continuance.
So,
That's all I have.
thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is Mr. Mark Peterson, Southwest Mississippi Planning and Development.
Good morning.
Morning.
I was asked by Ms. Hutchins to be here this morning regarding a letter that I had sent to her as when she was president of the board. And in that letter, we talked about my office of Southwest Mississippi Planning and Development District being able to receive additional funds from the rescue program for meals. But in order to receive these extra funds, the counties had to pledge local support. And so the letter that I sent out shows what the part for Adams County would be and what the required match would be. When that letter was sent, Ms. Hutchins said, yes, we want to do this. And so, of course, that was the end of it for me, as far as her being the president. When I sent out the invoice as we normally do for Adams County, the county administrator said, this did not come before the board. And I said, well, that's, I wasn't asked to bring it to the board. But what I've done is provided that information to you. And I've also stated this. Certainly, if the board chooses not to do it, then there's no harm done. We have our contract with the state of Mississippi, Department of Human Services, and we included 2 counties for additional funds. The reason we did 2 is because, of course, we sent out 10 letters to our counties, participating counties, but only 2 said yes, that they wanted to participate. So I put before you today that letter, just to refresh the memories and to answer any questions, and for you to tell me what you want to do. And as I say, I have no problem at all in changing the state contract to reduce it, if Adams County chooses not to add these additional meals. And these are meals for senior citizens. Ms. Yolanda Campbell is our aging division director, and she's here to answer any questions I'm not answering.
President Middleton, question. When Mr. Peterson approached me with this, I think he said something like $2,500. I didn't, realize it was $2,500 a month. This is to deliver more meals and stuff to the elderly, right? And some other things. So I did respond to him. I'm quite sure we'll be willing to do that. With additional $2,500. But my understanding, when it came to me Friday, it's $2,500 a month. So I said, I think you need to bring that to the board. Because I
Correct.
think we would want to.
That amount that I put in the letter for the year.
It's a difference in $2,500 a month to $2,500 that I thought was gonna be paid.
it says you had to get it by the July 23rd, 2021, is that?
I had to get the commitment for that.
A commitment.
It says the money must be received by July 23rd, 2021, is that?
A commitment.
Oh, committed funds must be
Commitment.
received, okay.
Let me ask a question. Since we in a pandemic, is it a possibility that we can use some of that American Rescue money to fund them?
would say it's a very, definitely possibility to use that funds for that kind of thing.
Yeah, so is it a time limit, where we can figure out exactly, can we use that money, and if we can, I think it's needed in the community, because we got a lot of people out there, that needs meals, so if we can use that money, and, we got $5 million and $30,000 sure ain't gonna break the bank to try to feed, senior citizens, so could anybody find out immediately whether that money can go toward exactly what, Mr. Peterson and Supervisor Hutchins talking about?
I mean, the board's prerogative, we can find a way to, fund this request, so whether it's through American Recovery money or not.
And I think it's dealing more with a little bit of more than feeding the people. Ms. Campbell, you wanna kinda elaborate on all that it does with this bill? Provide for.
Right, well, the area agency, what we do, we don't just provide home delivered meals. We also contract with the city of Natchez for the adult daycare, for the congregate meal site, transportation. We have case managers, a case manager who has a caseload in Natchez as well. We have an ombudsman who goes to the nursing homes. He is an advocate for the residents. And so he's making certain that the residents of the nursing homes and assisted living facilities here in town, their needs are being met. Any complaints that they have, he's resolving those. And we have homemakers on staff who provide light housekeeping, errand running, that kind of thing for seniors as well in the city.
Thank you.
This particular request is for Neil's on because we saw that as the most essential service right now that we can offer.
Is this not something we do every year? I mean, this isn't a one-off.
We already appropriate money. What this probably should have happened is during our appropriation section, we would have noticed an increase on that and voted on it then. So it'd just be a budget adjustment on the
Well, Scott, the only problem with that is we get, recommendations for increases from pretty much everybody that we appropriate money to, but we don't really understand why they want to increase.
Mm-hmm.
But if me just one supervisor, if I'd have known that the increase was for to try to feed more people that need meals in a county that's 30% poverty, I would have been 100% with that. But see, we gotta communicate a little better where everybody can get the information they need to make sound decisions, because I didn't know what the money was for. I just seen on there, people want increases, but you don't never know what they want to use the money for. I don't think nobody on this board to sit up here and vote against feeding senior citizens. I know I'm not.
You heard the request of Mr. Peterson. Can I get a motion?
So move.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Hutchins. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you.
And Scott, you gotta check and see if that can come from the rescue money.
I can certainly check it if y'all want to. But either way, we've approved it, and we'll get back there on it.
It is this amount, correct?
27,460.
That's for the year. Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you. Next on the agenda, we have city government business. We have Mr. James Johnson here.
Morning, members of the board. I'm here along with Trey Hess of PPM Consultants. We would like to provide you with an update on our 2021 Granville Assessment Grant. Again, 3 handouts. There's Rick gives the line passing them around. 3 different handouts, yes, sir. And with that said, as they are being passed around, I'd like to turn the program over to, Trey Hess and give you a little more detail.
Good morning. So usually when we talk about grants, there's typically a match. So the first thing I need to point out is this is a zero match grant. So everybody can go ahead and feel comfortable. This is something that is a good thing. It was submitted to the EPA is $492,000 over a 3-year period to do environmental assessments of properties. What I've got for each one of you is, there's a flyer. It's sort of, what I recommend each of you do is take that to your district and look and see if there are any properties, publicly owned, privately owned, nonprofit owned, that need environmentals done prior to redeveloping those properties. And so when we're talking about brownfields, that's what this is, it's properties that have either a perceived or a real issue of contamination on that. An example of one, well, we're now in the first quarter, just got completed with the grant, 3-year period. The Fry building is one example of property that has been used to do this kind of assessment. Next week, you will see some of our folks and our drillers come out and do assessment of that property. It used to be an old auto body shop, a tire shop, you know. Natchez has got a history, goes back a long, long time. So it's first to make sure that there's no issues there, but also inside the building. Old buildings do have potentially asbestos. We're gonna do an inspection, and asbestos has to be done before you demolish that. So the plan is to get all that in order, and then from there address what needs to be done before it comes down for the parking lot. Another piece of property, obviously, is the Triangle filling station, gas station. There's actually tanks in the ground. We're gonna be doing that assessment as soon as EPA approves the work plan, and they're fairly involved in this, and they typically take a little bit of time to do so. The goal is, because there are 3 old tanks in the ground, the plan is to remove those tanks and then begin the redevelopment of that property as well. What I do recommend you do is think about some other properties that may be around St. Catherine as you drive up and down it. Some of those are privately held. There are a lot of for sale signs for commercial realtors. Again, the pitch that I would have is, look, this is, I don't want to use the word free money too easily, but this is money that's available through the city and the county's coalition, and also for Natchez, to go do assessments throughout the entire county. And so it is something for each district. There's a committee assigned to this that basically provides some advice on those. We've got, again, the Fry building, the IP facility. I've talked with Chandler a little bit. It may be worthy of another look. The other thing, I know you guys are dropping some money every month. We have actually put into the plan an infrastructure evaluation. I think y'all are dropping 20, 30, 40, however much money each year, each month.
30 or 40,000.
Right. We plan to go and review that and see if there's some ways that you guys can cut some costs, because obviously you can put that money towards other good uses. So we're going to be working with that. Again, we're out of Ridgeland, and you guys know more about what's going on around here. And it's for you guys to take. There's also an application form. Obviously, we got to get a site access agreement. We're not going to go on anybody's property and do this without the property owner understanding that. So if you have someone of interest, please go talk to them about this. Even if they aren't interested to know this over the next 3 years, it's worthy of you guys pointing it out, because it may very well spur redevelopment, bring in more jobs, bring in more economic activity, and ultimately revitalize the area. So that's what we got. This is the first quarter just ended. The federal grants start from October 1 through December 31st. First quarter's been done. Fry building next week. You see some drillers out there on the site. Just know that we're out there doing that. Triangle filling stations on the probably gonna be another month or two, and then we've got a couple of other properties that are sort of planned to do, but again, it's a site access thing. Any questions?
Mr. President, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
See, how can I phrase this where it won't be took out of proportion? I tell you what, we have a lot of old filling stations in District 4, and how can you tell whether the tank is up or not at a filling station, or do you have to do an assessment, or what do you have to do?
So what we typically do with that, and let's take the Triangle filling station as an example. In that one, there is what's called a phase 1. and we can do the phase one. We gotta have a site access agreement, because the property owner's gotta be cool with what's going on there. But we go and do the assessment. That goes and looks at DEQ files, and typically in those files, when these tanks were closed, some of them may have been closed in place, you'll find out whether they were left in the ground or not. And then another thing we can do, and we've done that here, is taking, it's called ground penetrating radar, which is kind of like a lawnmower machine that goes across, and it'll see if there's metal in there. And so those kind of things can be done. Now, there are a lot of tanks that have been closed in place. They were emptied of any contents. They may have filled it with concrete or whatever, and they just been left there. So there's some that are okay. But if you want to build something and redevelop it down the road, civil engineering wise, it's sort of like having a tin can in the ground. It's gonna rust. You wanna make sure it doesn't rust, and then you build something new and it starts settling and you got foundation issues and all that kind of stuff. So again, this is a redevelopment project more so than anything else. And so it's really a matter of why somebody would want to do that. And of course, my thinking is, let's go talk to the commercial real estate guys who are trying to sell these old properties and see if we can get them to start. Because if I'm coming in or a company's coming in to invest, they're gonna wanna make sure that they're investing not in a lemon, but in something that's of benefit. So Mr. Gray, if you got some folks I need to talk to, because sometimes the property owner's a little skittish, you know, the government's here to help kind of thing. I'm sure you have some of those kinds of folks. This is one of those things where it's talking to them and trying to say, you've had this property for sale for 30 years, maybe you need to get the environmentals done on it. And again, this will not come out of their pocket. And 95% of the time, there's not a big issue. These are brownfields. They're not Superfund sites. If you've ever heard the term Superfund, those have been there, done that. These are gonna be those that the bank just needs those kind of assessments done ahead of time. Does that make sense? Thank you.
Do you have contact information you could leave for the board member?
I do, on the back of that application form, and certainly I'll leave a card too. There's contact information there as well.
So they could probably send you, if they have a proposed property.
Absolutely, and I'd like, James is leading this project for the city because it is a grant.
He's not saving them all for the city though.
I had this presentation down pat to
Copy this other guy, that way. There's some money business for James.
I will keep James in check. Will that help you? But certainly, and then Ricky's been primarily the leader on this for the county for some time. And he and I go way back. I think we maybe played basketball against each other well, not a long time ago. Just some years ago. All right. Thank you.
With any questions, feel free to contact Trey or myself. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Next on the agenda, we have departmental reports. Well, I'm waiting to see who this one. That's why I just want to ask for that. Because I'm sure there's some questions. Because there's a vacancy. I'll break that. Jim. That's gonna be. Yeah. Go ahead and do it.
Good morning, board. Today, I would like to get approved to move from email to fax. As of late, there has been many issues with email to fax, as in, basically, there has been confidentiality with that, because it sends the email to everybody, and we don't want that. So, and also everybody has not been able to email because it's only restricted to the computer or email itself versus just going to a fax machine in order to get that fixed. So I reached out to C-Spire to get that changed over, and it is estimated to be $210 a month. So that equates to $2,500 a year.
How much you say, 500 and what?
Oh, $2,520 a year.
That's something, I ran to look into, because back we used to, use the fax machine, the copy machine to fax. Now you have to go on your computer and do it, and everybody is having problems with going on their computer trying to send a fax out. And then when a fax come back in to you, it's like everybody's getting you're pretty much getting your email, your fax. So that's something I asked him to look at, is going back to the copier to where we can fax ourselves out, than me having to go to Quebec to get her to fax everything, or anybody else to come and get her to fax everything, or any other department, because everybody is not doing it right.
I've still been getting it.
Yeah, so we've been having problems with that, so that's something I asked him to look into, going back to the copying machine to get faxes out.
Yes, ma'am.
And I agree 100%, because especially with HR information, I'll get an email, if somebody else faxed out, and it's got confidential information on it, because other people that's got emails can pick it up. It comes up to everybody.
Motion.
Yes.
So moved.
Second. Motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Wilson. Any discussion?
On the discussion I have, when we first went to this, it just kind of totally took me out of everything I was doing, because I had to go to somebody else to get it done. My question is, the individuals in the offices that had fax machines, do they still have them, or we gonna have a,
We still have the
okay.
Yes, sir, they still have them.
Yeah, because it's on your copy machine, you fax through your copy machine. That's how we was doing it, so
And
everybody
then-
still had a copy
And
machine.
even if they don't have one, they can always go to another department, still fax their own information.
Okay.
And it's not coming out to anybody else's email.
All in favor?
Uh,
All opposed? Ayes have it. Is that it?
Yes, sir, that concludes my report.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Mr. Jimmy Ware, you wanna go ahead and go?
Guys, I invited Jimmy Ware after your direction, try to get on the same page with the rec commission so we could kind of move forward when it comes to rec. So,
Yeah, Scott asked, well, good morning, board. Scott asked us to be here to try to straighten out, because since we did the changeover, all the bills are like double and triple behind. They have been turned into the county, but they have not been paid. On our pay system, we was going through Silas Assemblies, we would have a board meeting, and then we would approve the docket, and they would go out and pay the bills. Right now, we have figured out how to get the bills paid. So that's one of the main problems we got right now. We're trying to figure that out, so when we got here, we both had the whole board here, so when you gave us the direction, the whole board would be, I see you and Mr. Sullivan is here. I just don't. Oh, Mr. Dow, there you go, I'm sorry, I looked all over. But anyway, we're trying to figure out where we're at, and how we're gonna do this, how we're gonna get the bills paid, and what direction are we going in.
so I think that y'all can always correct me where I'm wrong, but the city and the county revised their agreement, and instead of being all-encompassing rec, it was reduced to the pool and multi-purpose field. And so that becomes the primary duties of the rec. The bookkeeping was kind of taken off from the rec and moved to the county. Purchasing was taken off and moved to the county, and the purpose for that is that, you know, when you purchase through purchasing, they're trained as to what's purchasing laws and so forth, and they can go through. The county then pays the bill and sends a bill to the city for their half proportion, not 1/3 or whatever else the city's trying to, 1/2 of their portion of it. So that's the direction of y'all now, is to focus on the pool and the multi-purpose field.
Yeah, but where the key bills at, the bills haven't been paid. If you go back to when the Y left and I took over, me and Joe Burke had to sit down and give them energy They wanted a $5,000 up front because the bills had got so far behind. We're falling back into that hole again. Right now, energy has been doubled. And water bill, electric bill, all of them, because there's no pay system now.
Well,
Even though they've been turned in, they haven't been paid.
so we should have an approved budget from the rep by both the city and the county that has utilities in it. And so those bills should be taken to bookkeeping and they should turn around and pay it. So I'm not sure, what the holdup is on it, but that's something that this board has approved, the city has also approved already. So like every other budget, once we've given permission to spend out of that budget, as long as you're not in excess of the budget, it can be paid and docketed like any other claim. So I'm not sure what the holdup is on that.
Well, Mr. Well, what are the bills being turned into then?
They're being turned into,
Bookkeeping.
bookkeeping
well,
upstairs.
If they turn into bookkeeping, and they're in place, why they ain't paid?
She said she don't know how to pay them. That was the word I
Who's
got.
she?
What's the lady from the retire, her name?
Francis doesn't pay bills.
Yeah, that's what
And Francis is
Hey,
not
bookkeeping.
Wait, that's what we was directed to turn all the stuff into.
Oh, no, that's
So
wrong.
we're following, so that's why we're here now trying to get
Oh,
everything
that's
clear.
wrong.
We don't know where we're going with this, and we don't know.
I'll look into it.
That's
Whatever
right.
it is.
Yeah.
I do know that there were some, I spoke with Janae, I guess 2 weeks ago, and she did express to me that some bills had been passed on to her and that they were behind. They all should be on the docket for this meeting right now, because we talked about it and I went through them with her and I was concerned. I actually called Energy myself because they didn't come across my desk until after our last board meeting. And so they all should be on the docket. And if there's any other issues, just, reach out to me or reach out to Angie or Janae. We'll be happy to help you.
So if you have a bill, you take it to bookkeeping. If you want to make a purchase, you go to Francis.
When we was under the direction, and I had faith to have the lady take them to France because, well.
And that's why we're having this meeting, to get on the same page, yes,
That's
sir.
what the problem is. We just trying to figure out the problem is bills going to purchasing. And it
Should be in
going to
accounting.
booking.
Account is downstairs.
It's right downstairs, right next door.
But it looked like she should have directed us, hey, these need to go downstairs. That should have been a simple fix.
She didn't know.
But you would take care of that to make sure
I will
everything
take care of it, but Brandon just said she took care of it.
Yeah, okay.
But I will see if there's anything else sitting out there, because purchasing, doesn't have directions as far as accounting is concerned. There are two different departments.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's clear.
If energy come to cut the bill over, tell them, check out with Brandon before you cut it off.
Mr. Ware, is there I think there's Energy, Sparklight, Waste Pro.
I really can't.
I think that was the only three that if there's any others, just let
Energy,
us know.
spotlight, waves, pro.
Yes, sir. I think that's the only three that,
Water bill.
okay.
You got the water.
Okay, yes, sir. I think that was the fourth one. Okay.
Is that it, Mr. Ware, or you got something else?
Oh, well, we still need direction. I'm turning this over to Scott. He wasn't trying to.
Well, and I was just gonna ask the board, we're all trying to get on the same page to make sure the rep commission's doing what they were told to do. So if there's any questions that y'all had for each other, then now's the time to kind of ask. Because we've explained that the focus now is on the pool, aquatics, and the multi-purpose building. It's not, or multi-purpose building, multi-purpose field, the soccer field, and not any other recreation activity.
Well, to give on Scott, the president asked me the other day because we had a water leak, because, they came and did an addition on to put the showers in, and they filled the pipes up with water, which the water's not turned to it, but they don't have the natural gas going through that to keep it heated up, and they did bust over the thing, so we got a water leak, which they came in and fixed it because they left it open, but we still gonna have a high water bill. So just to pass that on now. I go back to the water company and see what their fixes on that, because it was the people who actually did the installation problem. They fixed all the problems that was there, but like I say, a lot of water.
Bizarrely, if it's only owned by the city, then they don't have to pay a water bill. If it's co-owned by the city and the county, we have to pay a water bill. I remember Jimmy and I checked on that several years ago, much to our frustration. So we still have to pay water.
But they will adjust for the leak.
they'll take off the sewer if you show where the leak's been done.
They won't take the rest of it off.
But it can still be pretty substantial on a leak.
Now, I got the rest of the board here with me. If there's anything else that we need to cover, because we do meet Monday, we cancel the meeting for this month because we was coming here today. But we meet the first Tuesday of each month. And what we had did in the past, we sit down and we went through all the documents, we presented them and brought them back. Is there anything different that we're gonna do now?
Yeah, just your expenses, go down to bookkeeping, and then we'll handle the rest of the bookkeeping, and we'll send out the invoice to the city. So we'll get the bill, it'll go through the process of bookkeeping, then the county will then bill the city for their one half. So y'all, but your focus is keeping you within that budget that's been approved, and if it's gonna go over, then you need to contact the city and the county, immediately on that. So we can get it. You don't wanna spend money without prior approval, or it's illegal, that it's been an unauthorized expenditure. So, if you want to tell, what's going on, the hours of operation, what's going on with the pool right now, I know some of the public ask about what happens during the pool during the winter time or anything else like that.
Right now, we have the grant for the cover on the pool. The cover is supposed to be put in November. As of right now, the cover's still on the deck, so we haven't got to that yet. The heaters have been installed, but they have not been hooked up. They have been put in place, but they have not been hooked up. That was supposed to be completed in November. So the grant is way behind, and the city is on top of it. James Johnson is the one who's kind of fully coordinating it, but as of right now, a lot of stuff is on hold. The showers and stuff have been put in, but like I say, the natural gas hasn't been hooked up yet. So we hope, trying to push, because Cathedral actually starts at the end of April. So right now we got to put a push on to try to get the heaters, which that's the only time we'll be using in the month of April for this year. And we got to get the covers. I guess we can put them on the outside now, because by the time they get the covers put together, it's already February. So, we can only do what the city let us do on that grant.
Y'all have security cameras up on the pool?
Security cameras are up all around the pool. We did have them in the back area back there, but when they put the addition on, they cut the cameras that goes back to the utility rooms where the heater and stuff would be installed there. So we got like 3 cameras that's down back there.
You're gonna be put back up once the building's up and going?
Yes, once it's up and going, we're gonna have to get them to come in and redirect the wire and bring it back to the front office.
And who monitors that?
We got Alicia over there doing the time sheet. Her and Faye Minor. They right now, because we was letting them work up the time, because I got the time sheet that you need. We work on a lot, and we don't have them take vacation in the summertime, so we do it in the wintertime. So right now, each one of them work an 8-hour day. Faye work today, Alicia work tomorrow, Faye work the next day. So we're alternating all the way until we get to the first part of April. Then they all start working full-time hours. Because Alicia's part-time and Faye is Saturday.
Y'all have any questions going on? Trying to get on the same page.
Y'all good?
President, Mr. Wade,
Yes, ma'am.
could you introduce your board members?
Well, I want to introduce yourself so they can pull up and pull the mask down. But Marcus, we start with you.
Marcus Sullivan, work from Home Bank, part of the Recreation Board. Nice to meet everybody this morning.
He's on with the city.
Derek Baptiste. I was on the swim team. I take a lot of interest into the recreation of the city of Natchez. Baptiste Realty and Construction is our father's company, and that's what I do. And I would like to see Natchez do a little better with the recreation, not just the pool, but I was on the swim team for 4 years, and I take great interest in it, so that's why I'm here.
Mr. Baptiste is from the county.
From the county.
And I'm Carrie Simpson, and I'm on the city board. And I'm really involved with the Cathedral swim team. My son's on the swim team. I did swimming forever. I swim at the senior pool, so I'm very interested in getting it going a little bit longer in the year than just the summertime, so, thank
She's
you.
been coming over regularly, even with the swim team, because when Cathedral come in early, she comes in early, and we've been trying to get in for laps. We've been trying to talk some of her peoples into actually starting the swim team back up again. At one time, we had Sunkiss here. Then when Sunkiss left, when the YCMA left, Sunkiss left. So I know Coca-Cola had reached out to us one time, so we're gonna reach back out to them and see if we can get our team back up more. But we're trying to get these ladies, her and some of her employees, some of her co-workers that helped start on the swim team back. I don't think Bubba's not here.
No.
Who's not here?
And Dennis.
Dennis is not here. He's from the county, and Bubba, what Bubba do? Bubba is from the county. And he's not here. Is there anything else? Thank you.
Thank you all.
Ms. Francis Bell's online, we're gonna let her go next. I think she's online. Oh, she get
One of the things that
She's in the back, but she's
He's another county
issues right now.
No, we got the
you got to give me, okay.
The medical team is right there with you.
We do.
Corbett, yeah.
Okay.
Who are we waiting on? Francis. Corbett. They're grabbing. Yeah.
Good morning.
Morning.
I had some prices I've been collecting for different projects going on at the different facilities. So for example, at the rodeo arena, we were gonna be doing some repair work on the fence. And we were gonna get the fence around the arena, repaired, the gate and the poles, and the materials included from one of our vendors is $1,500. And that's from Mr. Joseph Perry at the Equestrian Center. So I was just
You heard,
before you are.
you heard the request, personally.
So,
Second. Motion by Supervisor Gaines, second by Supervisor Wilson. Any discussion?
Yeah, you got a copy, did you say?
$1,500.
Yeah.
that's the pictures with the, go back and all the gauge broke in the barn.
All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
All right, the next project I have is gonna be going on at the Grange Community Center. Where it's me to do some interior work, and I have 3 bids for that job. I have Miles Contract and Construction, I have Mr. Charles Edwards, and I have a bid from Mr. DJ Gifted Hands LLC. The price from Miles Construction is $7,755.50. The price from Mr. Charles Edwards is $12,500. And the price from Mr. DJ, I think his name is Dwayne Johnson, with DJ Gifted Hands is $13,000. Actually, his price is $12,598 because he included tax and we're tax exempt. Now, the work that we're needing to get done is gonna be installing some drywall and the sheetrock and everything, and, resetting and putting the cabinets back in place and doing that base molding and getting all that good stuff prepared at the Grange Community Center.
Let me, this question is to Johnny. Johnny, does the cabinets have to be resetted, or I thought they did not have to be resetted?
Well, everybody say the best thing to do is take them down, redo all behind it, and then go back with the cabinets.
Okay, did Mr. Miles say that also? Okay, because I know he did the
Cabinets.
center,
Right.
and I thought that when he put the cabinets in, he did not put anything behind those cabinets. That
It's behind it,
It's behind.
yes.
How much did you say, Charles Edwards was?
Charles Edwards was $12,500.
I thought you said it was Dwayne Johnson.
Dwayne Johnson was $12,500.98.
Okay.
I didn't realize until I was calling it out that he had included tax, and that tax made his $13,385. But without the tax, it's $12,500.98.
Can I make a copy of all those?
Let me ask you a question. Did something happen out there for us to need all this work done?
Well, on a lot of it, we did have a water problem. We did have the road department coming in to get the water flow to go another direction. So we do have walls just bucking out.
The water was coming off the road, coming into the.
Right, coming into the building itself.
Okay.
You also had, I think, then you have some roof problems too.
Yes, but we took care of the roof problem, but we just need to redo those.
How old is that building?
I
thought
really,
you just did a whole lot of work out there.
well, we did, I can't remember what year that we rebuilt after the fire. You know, we did have, well, we had a bathroom added on, inside bathroom added, men and women.
So, is this the same building that they did when we did Kingston building, and we went in there and did all this work in there?
Like I said, I think we did,
They got Providence and Grange at the same time.
Yeah.
And we gotta go back and do some work again?
Oh, I don't know, I'm just saying that's two they did at the same time, the Providence and the Grange.
I couldn't remember what year that building was rebuilt.
That building ain't 5 years old. 'Cause I ain't been here that long when we did that, in the middle of my term, I know. I'm just trying to figure out why are we going back spending money on a building that we just spent all this money on? You saying that the water came off the street, came into the building, and it started at the bottom and worked its way up.
That and the ceiling and the roof leak.
Huh?
Yes.
You're welcome. It's a tin roof or
So
something.
that's not a new roof.
It's a metal roof.
It's a metal roof.
On portion of it, it is.
I'm just saying, man, I just think this is taxpayers' money, and when people go out and do work for Adams County, then we need to hold them accountable. We cannot, within 5 years, come back and start doing the same thing we done did, to a brand new building. Something ain't right with that, man.
Robbie, when y'all had to correct the drainage problem over there, was that just a buildup, or is that something caused that, or is that buildup over years?
It was right there just behind the building, wasn't any ditches there in the beginning, and, as the water got off the road, it just built it up, and Johnny contacted us about a year ago.
Yeah, we still gotta go back, it's
And
sitting.
he went out, dug
It-
it
it-
out,
it's sitting
and
there.
the water would run off. And then they put a septic tank in on the other side, and it built up around it for the water, but it was a combination of things, like I said, it's open and draining, we still need to do a little bit, but that's what's caused the inside damage to part of it, but I didn't know anything about roof leaking. Johnny said
Yeah, they had a roof leak. In it too.
All right.
Okay,
You-
I'll make a motion.
Let me ask one more question. So, since this damage done by whatever, our insurance don't take care of none of that, or the deductible's so high, we just gonna go and do it ourselves?
I don't know what the deductible would be.
Huh?
We hadn't even checked.
Well, don't you think we need to check?
I wasn't aware of it.
I mean,
It's the first I'm hearing.
It's my first time hearing it too, so don't we need to check our insurance guy to see what the insurance take care of this before we start just issuing out money and stuff?
I mean, the contractor probably can tell you what caused the problem.
They know, the water,
What's that?
the water.
So if they write you kind of like, this is what's wrong with it, we can then send it to Kitty. Are these contractors, they're all licensed contractors?
Yes, sir.
Johnny's saying, yeah.
So don't we need to do that first since we got insurance? To
Yeah,
figure
I don't know,
out.
we could, check on that, I don't know what the deductible.
Now, I'm gonna tell you the bad part about dealing with the insurance, I'm gonna tell you, because, you know, the kind of truck that I was in, and the truck ready, and the insurance still ain't took care of it. So, that might be, another year trying to get it fixed, dealing with the insurance. But we do have insurance on the building, ain't no sense in having insurance on something that we don't fix it ourselves.
I agree, there's no good insurance coverage.
So, we need
Ricky wrecked his truck.
to, yeah, I told you about that, you got all the time. Come on. It's ready, but I can't get it.
Well, we need to solve that issue, we can get that truck.
I know if I start charging y'all for mileage, then y'all hurry up and get that fixed.
I think we can go get your truck this week.
All right, so we're gonna wait on this till next week.
Yeah.
Let's
Take
get
the deductible and see what it
Okay.
Is that all you have, Steph?
Sir?
Is that everything?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Angela.
Francis,
Ma'am?
why don't you just submit those, bids to Angie?
Okay, I'm gonna scan them in and send them to them.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Willoughby Jones.
Good morning.
Lord.
I just have here, I think I left it on here, I'm the constable in the Northern District at Randy Freeman. Something, but he's not here yet, and he's badly at the 10 to 11. I just want to bring this before y'all. It's Senate Bill number 2643. What it's basically saying is, this is a revised service of notice of sale to include service by, a constable.
Yeah, so when a property gets, sorry, excuse me, Mr. Wood, when a property gets sold for taxes, you have what's called a right of redemption for the next 2 years. And what that means is you come and you pay some penalties, interest to the Chancery Clerk's office, and the property gets, it comes back to you. And if you don't do it, then you lose that property. The tax purchaser then has the right of possession and ownership over it. Before that right of redemption period runs, the Chancery Clerk and used to be sheriff had these certain notice requirements. They had to send a certified letter to your address listed on your tax cards. They have to personally serve you, and then they have to put notice in the newspaper. What this Senate bill has done, and I wasn't aware of it until Mr. Jones gave it to me, what it's done is expanded who can give that notice, not just from the sheriff, but also the constable can be responsible for personally serving those taxpayers, those owners of the property, notice that their right of redemption is about to run out. This expands the sheriff to also include the constable. They can charge a fee of up to $45 for it. But the Board of Supervisors, and it's a really poorly written statute, because now the way it looks is, I think the intention was before the constables could have the right to do it, they had to get permission from the Board of Supervisors. But the way it reads is either the sheriff or the constables have to get permission from the Board of Supervisors to do it. And that's silly, because we have to, by law, give them notice under the due process clause of the Constitution. We have to anyway. So someone's got to have to get notice for these. And I'm sure, Paige, she does a lot of work on on board minutes, and her other job is tax notices and getting all these people's times about to run out. She has to make sure that they get the notice that they're supposed to, so that our taxes don't get set aside. And if a tax sale gets set aside, we then have to basically refund money. The county has to refund money, and that can include amounts that we never got. So getting these tax sales confirmed is in our interest to make sure that happens. There are some ways that we can get reimbursed for it, but it's not a guarantee. So getting these tax sales done correctly is in the county's financial interest. So, I'm sorry, Willie, I wasn't trying to talk for you, I was just trying to explain what that statute was.
When I talked to the sheriff, he and I got together, and he agrees, since me and Randy Freeman are certified law enforcement officers, the more the merrier.
Yeah.
So I talked to him about that, but there's another thing I want to talk to you about too. on delinquent, mobile taxes. I know that somebody from Jackson is serving those papers, but what we have figured out is, if they are, see the ones in Jackson, they don't even know where the stupa is, but we out there. But anyway, when they serve those papers, they're getting like about 60 or 65% of that. With me and Randy Freeman serving paper, now the county can get 60 or 65%, and not those people in Jackson.
And that's for, on overdue personal property taxes?
That's right, mobile home. And the Fayette does it, and other towns do it, constables do that, and now you don't have to pay people in, Jackson who don't even know where the board meeting is going on. We can do it. And we can save the county plenty of money.
Well, and I've always felt like door-to-door contact, knocking on doors is a great way. That's how the Department of Revenue collects it. If you don't pay them, they knock on your door and say, where's our money?
But see, some of this right here is say, Randy and I, we pass houses. On your records, on your report, it might show a trailer. Sometimes when we pass out, you don't even know nothing about that trailer because the trailer is gone. Once we can get everything together, that found that anybody around here says, say somebody said, well, I want some property. That same property that you all didn't know about, somebody from Natchez can buy that property and put on the property. But it saves the county more money than some paying the people in Jackson.
Right, increases your collection rate, because they only get paid a percentage of what they collect.
Right. So I just wanted to bring that before you all, and I already talked to the sheriff, and he agrees that the more of us, the merrier to take care of these properties.
I'm not sure on my collection, I don't disbelieve Willie D, but I've not seen I don't remember if I've seen the personal property collection. He may be right on it, but.
Talk to the tax collector and the tax assessor, and they will show you they get more money than you all get.
Yeah,
but you use us, and the county can get more money.
Yeah, I'd have to check to see on
Okay.
the constable for that. I'm not disagreeing with it.
I know.
Hate to say, but I've checked the statute that you gave us, and I wasn't aware of it.
Okay.
That's something that they definitely could do.
Yeah. What happened?
Take it under advisement.
You gonna have to take it under advisement, cause I don't trust my attorney, but, I just got
Trust
this
the
in the morning,
verify.
I got to read it for myself.
Yeah. Trust but verify there.
Okay, y'all read it, y'all take the time to read it, and you'll find out what you got in front of you is the truth, and it's, that's what you need to know is the truth.
Yeah, the only reason I was able to kind of absorb it real fast is we litigate this statute fairly regularly, so it's, I'm aware of it. I wasn't aware of the change of the constable.
And make sure you check with the sheriff, because he agrees with the constable that we're certified lawmen that's work the same together. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Nelson, you will go there.
Good morning, Mr. President, Supervisors. I've come just to give you an update on the airport. Right now, we're under construction and our fuel sales are still good. That's kind of amazing with this time of year that we're, making what we're supposed to. March 15th, the airport will be supplying for a small communities air service development grant. The grant is a federal grant worth $1 million, but there is a 20% match to this grant. The airport will have to look and try to come up with the money for the match portion of the project. But it does show with the air service development study that we do have the traffic going in and out, so there is a good chance that we could administer this grant in the near future. I will be in San Antonio next week to try to get letters of support from 8 airlines. It takes one to be able to enter this grant. We also have to do task force. We did one with Mayor and Wes and Angela the other day. We got to do at least one more, and I think we got one scheduled for March 1st at 10 o'clock, I believe is the second one. So saying all that, we're in the right perspective to be able to ask for that grant. Another grant that's coming up this year that we're also going to apply for is an MDA grant, is through the state. Right now, there's only 3 airports in the state of Mississippi that can apply for that grant. One's Gulfport, Natchez, and Tunica. Gulfport is not using that grant at the moment. I talked to the state director, and the money will be available. All we have to do is apply for it. The person that does our air search development study, Jeremiah Gerald, he actually wrote that grant, and it was mainly meant for Gulfport. So we do have a good option to maybe capture that amount of money, and it could be up to $2.5 million. So those are 2 grants that the airport plans on applying for this year. If y'all have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Is it a match to that one too?
No.
The match he'd asked the city and the county to come up with?
Well, I haven't asked. The city
Would
has.
ask.
The city has asked. I haven't asked because at this point I was just in the early steps of it. The city has made a proposition or proposal that he would put up $200,000 of ARP funds if the county will match and do $300,000 of their ARP funds. The problem or the differential between that is I don't need $500,000. What I need is $200,000. 500 looks better on paper, and it would probably be more apt for airports and charters to receive money. But to actually apply for the grant, I need $200,000. I don't need $500,000. So.
So why are we asking for $500,000?
I think the mayor's position.
Just saying that.
The mayor's position was, like in your CDBGs, they have really super competitive grants. Like this one's a competitive grant according to not Richard, but the consultant. And so the more you're matched, the more likely you are to get the grant. But yeah, it's I think 21% or 20% minimum. I think the one he showed us was a 21% match on it. And with this grant, I don't know if y'all caught it, to get a private airline, you number one have a study that says how many passengers you have routinely coming out of this zip code and our adjacent zip code of the Missalou area. And you market that to airlines. Plus, those airlines are going to want some sort of kickback if they don't reach, let's say, 30 flights or 30 seats, a month or whatever you want to say. Then they would then ask the governing authority to compensate them for those lost seats. So the grant would provide a fund that compensates these airlines for those seats. And that guarantees them, the money they need to stay solid and keep their flights going.
So being with that grant, if you were to put in 200,000 or 100,000 each way and you got to 1.2, that money will not be able to be recovered because unless it wasn't used within 2 years. If the airline come in and was really good 2 years later, the money would come back to the county and the thing. If you put 500,000, like the mayor suggested, 300,000 could never be used in the process. I mean, it may just sit there and never be used in the first place because you would use the entire grant before you would actually dip into anything that was over. Yes, it does look competitive on paper, makes it look a little bit better to bring in an airline. But the MDA grant is also going to need the airline to partner with the casino. Now, we've talked to the attorney at the casino, and they are willing to do whatever it takes from this point forward. So we're also looking at that grant as well. So the Small Communities Air Service Development Grant is very competitive, and not very often do you get selected for that grant the first year. And I would only need the funds once the grant is in place. I just kind of had to have a commitment for that, is what the Jeremiah Gerald was looking for. So that's where I would need the 1.2 is just a commitment. Not saying that we would actually need the funds at this moment.
So, Mr. President, you recommending 200,000? I just heard 200,000.
No, 500 was the original number, but he thinks.
Let him explain.
Okay,
Let him hear from him.
so to look better on paper, 500,000 is, you know, the right number. The mayor has put in with his, alderman that he will put up 200,000 if the county.
Listen, Nelson, for time's purpose, I heard all that. I wanna know what your recommendation is.
Well, to even get part of the ground, I need 200,000.
Okay, thank you.
So you want a commitment from us of 200,000?
If,
100,000 each, one from the city and one from the county.
if the city will do it. The city said that they would put up 200 if the county would put up 3, so I don't know how that's gonna work. All I know is I haven't asked anything for anything, I just came here to explain the grant.
Mr. Nelson, I understand what's going on, and, this is a county airport, and you are the county airport director. So
Sir.
we gonna take, well, I'm gonna take what you say. That's what I'm gonna do. I don't know what nobody else gonna do. And then you said some of this money is a possibility that we may lose it.
Well, we never lose it, it's just we may not be able to touch it for 2 years. If the airplane or charter was to come in and start off really, really well and we do not touch any of that money, it'll still be 2 years before I can return it.
Okay, what if it don't start out really, really well? What happens then?
Then we will do a 20% match on all the funds that we have to give to charter. So if we, over 2 years, we spend 70,000, 20% of it will be coming out of the county's money, the other will go out of the state's money.
So his recommendation.
So, like I said, I just came, at this moment, I don't need money except for a commitment that I will have match funds for this grant before March 15th.
You heard the request, Mr. Nelson, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
What is your motion?
We put up
His
100?
commitment, yeah.
Okay. Got a motion by Supervisor Hutchins, second by Supervisor Wilson, any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Who wants to go next?
Good morning, everybody. I am here to give you the numbers for 911 calls for January. Oh.
At first, we wouldn't know on the table. It was just a motion.
First he was asking for.
It was a motion on his request, which was 100,000.
Right. This is commitment.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm here to present the numbers for January for 911. The Natchez Police Department received a total of 1,155 calls. The Natchez Fire Department received a total of 42 calls. The Sheriff's Department received a total of 554 calls. Also, I am here to request travel from 3 employees to attend a 16-hour course over the course of 2 days. It's gonna be in Ridgeland, Mississippi, and it's gonna be Jasmine Chapman, Andrea Pickett, and Philippa Smith.
Do you have the paperwork filled out, the travel paperwork
I submitted it on Friday to Fort Lee.
I'm looking. Oh, wait, it might be this folder. Yeah.
Where you going? To Ridgeland, Mississippi. It's a 2-day training class.
Trying to make sure you get all the paperwork.
I'm showing travel for Jasmine for $239.32. Travel for Andrew Pickett for $92. And travel for Ms. Smith for, this does not have a total, $92. Is that all of it?
That should be all.
Is that for the, just the training or the hotel?
It's the training, the hotel and grounds.
$92?
That's the meal.
The meals is 92. Jasmine Chapman has the hotel and the miles. And
One has mileage, the other two are just meals.
right.
So there's only one that's gonna stay up there?
All three of them are staying.
2 in one room, 1 in another.
I'm not
State
sure.
is gonna reimburse us for 4 people in the apartment, only 3 going, they staying overnight in the hotel, they're gonna reimburse the hotel room. The reason why it's $92 meal is because they agreed to pay them dinner for the day that they're going. The next day, they're providing them with breakfast, they just only gonna pay lunch.
So you're saying $92 for 2, but you're saying 2 rooms?
No rooms.
No, that's not for the $92 for the meals.
No
Okay?
rooms.
That's what she's calling out for the meals.
No rooms.
Yes, it's rooms.
It's rooms, you just said 2 rooms.
Hotel rooms on there, it's, it was, how much it is for, like $90 something?
It's $96. I highlighted it.
Is the hotel in there too?
All that shit down to one point,
It should have been.
It should have been on that one wall.
Yes, yeah, it should have, it's not.
But they didn't transfer it over to that.
So I'm showing 2 for, 103.68 for the hotel, is that correct?
Right. But I highlighted the 96 because they added tax and I think it's taxes. It's taxes.
one room.
One room, 103.
It's 2 rooms. Yes, 2 rooms, because 2 of them be staying in one room and 1 in another.
Right,
So-
so both of them is the same.
Yeah, so is it on that sheet that you gave? Okay.
You got a room for Miss Smith for 103.68, a room for Miss Chapman for 103.68.
That's correct.
Okay. You heard the request.
So moved.
Same.
Motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Hutchins. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it. Anything else?
That's it.
I got a question. You said that the state is gonna reimburse for travel?
Yes.
Okay. So, I guess it's just my thought, they're gonna reimburse us for travel, but we didn't add the travel, we gotta pay for the travel, but then reimburse us for the travel.
They put it in there.
I thought they just said meals.
No, it's one was getting paid mileage, 3 were getting paid meals. They're right together.
They ride together, okay, okay.
That was the 147.32.
Okay, I just wanna make sure we
To Miss Chapman.
paying enough.
Yeah.
Come on, come on. No, man, go ahead. Lady first. She's a Democrat.
I ain't calling nobody.
We're drawing straws. I got the long one, I guess. Good morning. If you remember back in January, I came to y'all with a couple more orders. And Mr. Gray asked me to kind of check into them and find out what was going on. This is the 321 Highway 61 Cornerstone Church. I dug into it and it never came out of a exemption state. It was in Trinity and it went straight into Rector, which is a nonprofit because it's a church. And we were asking for it to be deleted off the road for 20.
Can we do that for 20? Is the timing right?
Is it, well, one reason we can is because it's nonprofit. It's a church. It was a school and then it went straight into a church.
So it's always been exempt?
Yes, sir.
It's always used for nonprofit purposes?
Yes, sir.
Is it time, and I know we can adjust after the August meeting, but there's a time frame for 2020. Isn't that in August, Dave?
As long as, if it's exempt, there's not really a time frame on that.
And it also went to the land sale, correct?
Right,
Yeah.
because it wasn't paid.
Right.
Cause what was it paid?
And I don't think it was. Did anybody purchase it? I don't think they did. I think that was, in 20.
Is that the 21s?
Maybe this is 21 and the other one was 20 that went to the land sale. And they paid like,
$20,000.
So,
I mean, I don't know.
I'm checking again, I mean,
Yeah, let's check together on that.
you know, reasons.
I think we can get, I think if you get exempt, we can get it off, but it might take a court order after this time period. Instead of the court order. The time period where we can't do court orders in
Okay.
And I thought it was in August. So for 2020, I thought we could do a court order up until August of, is it August of 2022 or August of 2020?
I think it's 22.
I'll check and see.
And then,
But if that's, y'all are okay with us adjusting it, you understand the explanation of it, is that okay with?
I'm okay to legal.
Yeah, as long as it's legal.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did go through all the deeds and read back through all the deeds and everything. It never came out in the exemption state.
So as long as it's legal, I'll report back to the board at the next meeting.
And then there was the 213 Ogden, Walter Dewey. They wanted to remove the trailer. And actually, it's double assessed. It's on two pins. It's on pin 50, 095, and 96. And they're wanting to remove $27, 23 cents.
So moved.
Second. Motion by Supervisor Hutchins, second by Supervisor Wilson, any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Supervisor Gaines, say
Calvin Butler at 24 McRae Road. I think that's McRae. There was never a trailer there, and somebody put a mobile home on him. There's never been a trailer there. So they want to remove $29.33 for the year 21.
How much?
$29.
$29.33.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Hutchins, second by Supervisor Wilson, any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
Last but not least, for the real property. We came before y'all last Friday, Mr. Hughes and I, and we talked about Ms. Ford's place at 77 Sergeant Prentice. Mr. Hughes went out there and actually saw everything, and he asked me to do a board order, and he said it really does have severe foundation problems. And he was wanting to decrease the value, the assessed value, from $12,665 to $66.36. That would be a decrease in actual tax loss of $647.53.
Okay. Give me that again, do that again.
The first assessed value, $12,665. We want to decrease it to $66.36. And he's, Mr. Hughes did a complete walkthrough and a walk around the house. And he said that the pictures don't even do just for it. It's worse than what the pictures are showing.
So, Scott, is this legal?
It coming from a petition of the tax assessor,
Okay.
you can.
Okay, so.
Taxes are saying this property is over assessed, and so between now and August, they can reduce tax assessments, and they do that. We do it 10, 15 times a year.
A motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Hutchins, any discussion?
All the discussion I'm gonna say is this, I looked at the information in the office, and it was right at that, before they took it up, that's where it was before. And I guess when they assessed it from the road, didn't have the information that the previous tax assessor had, that's why they took it back up. now that they have the information that the previous tax assessor had, they wanna take it pretty much where he had it, right?
Correct,
Thank you.
When did the increase take place?
this year.
For 5
Because the
6
appraiser
years,
was not allowed to go
same thing.
inside. And he would bring it up to standard with people around him.
All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
On the personal property, Maxwell Power Press. As you know, Dr. Maxwell passed away in March of 21. 2 days short of where I could take it off the road, before the deadline. Of course, the place that's has been purchased in it is a liquor store, I think now, spirits or something like that. And that, they did not take on this bill, but I don't know what to do with it since he's gone. Maxwell, Dr. Maxwell.
Is this personal property?
Yes.
What do you mean?
He
you don't
passed
know what to
away.
do with it?
Sir?
What do you mean you don't know what to do with it?
Well, he got a bill and he shouldn't have got, well, by law, he should have got a bill, but he's deceased. And his, wife said all the money was gone.
Okay, just assume that same thing happened to me. And, what you gonna do about me?
I'm gonna keep you around.
No, I'm just saying, just assume that exactly what happened with they whatever property happened to one of us with our personal property, how would you handle that? And we gonna
If
wait.
it was before the deadline, I'd take it off.
And my ex-wife said she can't,
But wait, now, that's ex, now, I ain't gonna.
No, seriously.
So,
On
I
that note,
would.
so on that note, should the spouse pick up that bill?
Whether it's
I mean,
not
I
business
have to pick it
there.
up for my husband.
Well,
my money
yeah.
gone?
Actually, your estate pick still owes
Your
it.
estate.
Yeah. That's what I'm
Do
saying.
we have to petition the state or the estate or?
It's a claim like any other, but so it's supposed to happen is someone opens up an estate and they send notice to the county and it would be a debt of the estate like any other. If it's not recovered, it's not recovered. If it is recovered, it's recovered. So,
Okay, so I need to find Miss Maxwell.
I mean, just send her a notice and
I'll check and see if the state's.
but if she is not personally liable for it, as no one is responsible, even if it's your spouse, it becomes a debt of the estate, and the debts of the estate have to get paid, or assets of the estate can get sold to pay those debts. But as a spouse, you can always say, I'm not paying that, and you don't have to pay it.
What's the address?
303 John Junkin. You know that is where the Spirits Liquor Store is now.
So we got another business in there,
Yes.
so I mean, he's gone, and somebody had to, well, he own the place?
He owns the building, yes.
Well, how another business get it without somebody being liable, say if,
It's the personal property, Ricky, not the actual building itself, right?
It's the
building
inside,
itself
yeah.
is still due.
Yeah.
And that stays with the land. The personal property, that's his
Property.
chairs and,
Hey,
so now we get it with chairs and all that.
Yeah, that's.
So if somebody else is using those things, then yeah, we can follow those things and they would.
No, they don't have nothing like that in
It
there.
wasn't very nice equipment.
So we're not talking about the actual building itself, we're talking about
That's
The
the,
inside.
chairs and it.
yes, sir.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yes, sir.
like we did with Miss.
More inventory.
Oh, yeah. So I'll put that one to the side.
Or like an old X-ray machine,
Natchez Toyota. Y'all remember we had a problem with, the printing when they printed the bills. Somehow or another, I don't know how, but the printer picked up the bill from last year, again. And I have it deleted in 21, I have the paperwork showing where I deleted it. And I don't know how the, printing company picked up this bill and sent it out. It's not even the correct PIN number for Natchez Toyota because we changed it last year. It's not in existence.
Yeah, they basically
We done
rendered stuff they
board order
shouldn't have
last
rendered.
year.
Yeah, they rendered property they shouldn't have.
And we fixed it all with board order last year.
Well, last year they got previous years.
Yeah,
But
they
they
got
still
one left,
Yeah, it's like a six-figure amount.
right.
I mean, they should,
This one don't even exist anymore. It was actually deleted before the bill's ready to run. It was the same way with that peddlers outdoor. I had to correct, but somehow or another the printer picked it up and printed it and sent out a bill.
Printer?
Lawrence Printing, the one that does the, bills for the collector's office.
yeah, that probably also needs a court order as well. On Natchez Toyota.
Okay. It shouldn't have been on there. Lincoln Terminal. The training company picked up the wrong district. We gave them an exemption, and we fixed the board order last year, showing the exemption. But it come out with full tax again this year.
So, it's the same printing company? It's making
And I
all
talked to Delta, and they hadn't figured out why it's still picking up the stuff that, every one of these were board orders that, like the peddlers, Natchez Toyota, Lincoln Terminal, they were all board orders last year. And they're still picking up the same information, but it's incorrect. If that makes sense to you. Mobile trailers in January, we had deleted mobile homes last year, and they showed back up again this year.
All that makes sense to me is, whatever they put in that thing is printing out exactly what they putting in there. If they putting the wrong information in there, it's gonna print the wrong information out. If they put the right information in there, it should print the right information out. My question is, even though we did a board order, did anybody contact them to let them know that, the right information needs to be put in there? Cause I don't understand how a machine keep printing the wrong information out.
Delta said that the only thing that they can comprehend is that when Lawrence prints them after Mr. Bailey tells them to, they're picking up further back than the history year. They're supposed to be picking up off the history year. Because like, this Natchez Toyota was deleted the first part of, August. And it came up on the bills this year. I mean, it came out in the printing this year. And it shouldn't have because it's been deleted.
Sometimes you have to go into those systems.
Yeah.
When you enter information in the system, you can't back out. You have to hit enter,
All the way
scroll
through.
all the way through. And then you have to turn around and do, in some cases, what they call in that system, there's an area where they say repost.
That's right.
And you have to go in and repost. If you don't,
it's not picking up.
Right, it's not gonna
So
pick up.
I think personally, I don't know anything about it, I think it's an internal issue where it wasn't
It
saved all.
wouldn't say it all the way through.
Because the printing company is not gonna have access to change anything.
I have no access to it.
Yeah.
But that's what happened.
Yeah.
And I was
Well, you have to do anything if
let
the tax roll is correct. It just wasn't, you sent a bill that wasn't owed.
That's it. I'm gonna get Terrence to let me go in and look. See what
Get
he's got
Terrence
going
to
on.
let you correct it.
Yeah, then sometimes you have to go back, once you hit it and change it and correct it, then you have to go back and check to see if it's.
That's AS 400 for you.
Right.
It's crazy sometimes.
Well, that's what I was wondering, if they had time to actually go back and look at everything before they let everything go out.
I was gonna get Terrence to let me look in there and see what is going on with his stuff.
So this happened twice?
Yes, sir. We didn't know about the exemption with Lincoln.
No, all thing I'm saying, if it happened twice, maybe it needs to be highlighted where he can do whatever he got to do, where next year we gonna be going through the same thing again, saying the computer printed something out they ain't supposed to print out.
That's why I was gonna look in there and see what he's got going on with his system. Delta gave me access.
Okay.
They needed, they were only supposed to be paying the, county school tax, because we gave them a 10-year exemption. But it come out full taxes, on full taxes. So,
But the tax law says it's exempt.
Yeah.
You just gotta correct the rule.
no, the road is this exempt.
The law is exempt, it says it's exempt. So
Right.
you just need to go back and correct the bill.
Yeah, right.
But you don't need
His
the board to do
receipt.
that, because we've already assessed it correctly.
Right, it's assessed correctly.
So you don't need any action from the board, it just, Terrence just needs to go correct it.
Okay, I'll go fix it. Next two, before I even go there on this one,
I mean, the tax roll is what controls, not what we send out a bill. And the tax roll, if that's correct, we don't have to do anything.
it's not on the tax roll, I look.
Right, so then, that's a
It's crazy.
critical mistake that should get corrected.
It's crazy. I sent a letter to, everybody with the rendition, included in the rendition. And it says, if in the deletion section is not completely filled out, not showing the purchaser's name and address of the deleted item, it will not be removed. 2 leasing companies did not fill out the rendition correctly. I mailed them letters, so that would have been the 3rd time I asked for it. When they received the bill, they started calling me. And I said, well, I sent y'all the rendition, the letter, and I'll send you another letter asking where this equipment went. Well, I can send it to you now. I said, well, yeah, you can send it to me, but you can't do anything. Well, one of them was smart enough to know that I could bring it to y'all. So she asked me to bring it to y'all and see if they could be exempt from this bill because they didn't fill out the rendition correctly. My recommendation is no.
I mean, you do not have to bring a request for a reduction in assessment. That's the discretion of the tax assessor.
Okay.
The taxpayer can then turn around and petition this board independently. So if you don't want to give a petition, you don't, the tax assessor doesn't have to bring it.
Well, I've asked them, and the AG opinion says all I gotta do is ask once, but they don't wanna pay the bill. So I said,
They didn't do it correctly, or they
Right.
didn't do it at all?
they didn't do it correctly. They mailed it to me, a week ago. They mailed me the deletions and where the deletions were.
They got clear instructions on it.
Plain as day.
Tell them about the petition.
Yeah, and we'll see what's going on.
No, it's not proper. If the tax assessor doesn't want to bring a reduction, it's up to the taxpayer to file. You don't have to file anything. Just because they
I
request.
thought I had to bring it to you because they wanted to.
You only have to bring what, in your discretion, the tax assessor wants to bring. The taxpayer can petition the board independently.
Okay, y'all won't get this meeting done. I'm done.
Thank you. Because, but if you bring them, we assume that's what the tax assessor wants to do. I think.
Oh,
the
no,
board
I thought
takes
I
that
was supposed
into
to bring
account.
them if the taxpayer asked me to.
I don't know if you can work for both parties. I mean, you work for the county, you know, I don't think, if they got a problem, they gotta bring it, right?
I mean, the first step they should go is go talk to their tax assessor, who probably will file a petition for reduction if it's fair. I mean, that's his elected
So
official.
if they don't wanna do that, then what is the next step?
The next step, they can file a petition, and the board, clerk of the board takes the petition, brings it before the board, and the board has the discretion to do it under certain circumstances.
Okay.
Well, when it's real plain, you gotta be able to read it. I mean, the IRS ain't gonna let them have to break it because they didn't wanna fill out the form right. So y'all won't get this meeting then. Thank you.
Good morning, board. Got a few things, here pertaining to emergency management. First of all, I did, get President Middleton, want to ask the board for a request for emergency proclamation to hand out KN95 masks to the citizens. The state has got, some mask in for each county. So we want to go ahead and, do just a local proclamation for COVID, so we better hand those out to the residents. And it's going to expire in 30 days.
Got a motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Hutchins. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
Okay. Next, I want to do a request for travel for Bree Cooks. Nefa and Andrea Hardy. They're gonna attend the meeting at MEMA headquarters in Pearl on February 12th. It's just a turnaround, it's not a stay overnight. Alright.
Got a motion by Supervisor Wilson, second by Supervisor Hutchins. All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
Right. Next, part of our hazard mitigation plan is up for review. This part of the District 7, what we normally do, every 5 to 7 years, we go and make sure anything that we need to add. What this does is this allows us to get federal money, federal grants, for our region. So I'm requesting this morning that we participate in this and allowing President, Middleton to go and sign, myself as a designated representation for the county, for this hazard mitigation plan. Also on that plan, there is a 10% cost share. Once if we have to review it, I think it's no more than like $500 that all the counties in District 7 put in. We do one big plan, it's cheaper as we do it together. So the city will do it, city will pay their portion, the county pay their portion for the hazard mitigation plan.
So if I'm not mistaken, your request is to participate in the mitigation plan and also make you designate. I heard the request, Mr. Grant. Motion by Supervisor Wilson, second by Supervisor Hutchins, any discussion? All in favor? All opposed?
That date for the travel is on the 12th?
Yeah.
February?
No, 10th. Sorry about that, the 10th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I was finna say, that's a Saturday.
Yeah, this is the 10th, I had a typo.
It's for a minimum what?
No, they going to MEMA headquarters to attend the training, the meeting. Yeah, I do. Okay. Next, we had our FEMA floodplain personnel come down. We did an audit for the county. We did real well. They will be sending a report to President Middleton. We only had one item that we need to address, and that was in District 5 down Anna's Bottom. I think the lady that lives down the house, I think 4. We did, I think the road department, y'all did some work in front of the house, got covered.
Donaldson's correct.
Yeah. But the only hiccup that is, her propane tank is not strapped down, so we're gonna get with whoever her propane provider is. In the floodplain, their tanks have to be strapped down to the ground, so it won't float out. So that's the only thing that we had, on that. You'll get a report on that, President Mills.
Yes, sir.
Also, Ms. Jones had asked me from the house number, house number. We noticed that a lot of residents in the county are not putting visible numbers on their house and mailbox, and a lot of first responders are not able to find them. So we just asking the board to give your constituents and just make sure they got numbers on their house. You know, it's not just we trying to find people, but if they dial 911 and trying to locate them, especially if they're in the area with 3 or 4 more trailer houses, you know, just put your numbers on your house or your mailbox so they'll be visible for the first responder, because if the ambulance get there, he can't find it. You know, they trying to get a flashlight or something, trying to find addresses, and that's time. So let's make sure everybody do it. We do have a house number ordinance if y'all need it. The numbers got to be specific. I think they're 3-inch letters, and they got to be visible. So this kind of police setup for me. And the last thing is, I know the HR sent out a handbook amendment. There wasn't no amendments attached to it. I just want to make sure the board and the attorney saw that before we give it to our employees on the changes, because we didn't receive no changes on it. She said it was an updated handbook, but we didn't get the amendments to it. We don't know what was updated.
All the amendments in the handbook.
But yeah, normally if they do amendments, they just should send us the amendment part of it, so we know what they amended. Just send the whole, but we don't know what.
We haven't had an amendment since I've been.
Yeah, it's been a year.
It's been a long time. So when the amendments.
Yeah, you could have incorporated previous amendments into the actual handbook itself.
Yeah, but we don't know what they are, that's what I'm saying. I know we want our people to sign them, but if they ask me what we, you know,
Basically, it's a new handbook then.
We emailed her this morning ourselves on the same thing.
One at a time.
And asked her what it was. You
Yeah.
know, and she said, I think it's like 60 pages or something, and she's gonna redo and get us like 32 copies for the road department.
okay, yeah, that's the problem I had, you know, any amendments, we need to know what they are. Before we tell our people, if something changed, we need to go to it and say, this section has changed, now it's saying this, before we just make them sign something.
We're not gonna change anything in the handbook without notifying. What happened is, you probably have already received prior notice within over a year ago of anything that changed. The only thing she did was add it in. They were already, it's nothing new.
So what I'm saying, I don't have the change.
Like the
You would have
code.
been gotten the changes when the changes were made.
No, we didn't, I'm saying, we didn't get them. The board, I don't know, did he come back for the board, did they vote on it?
She said this has been over a year now.
Right, I'm aware a year ago, but I hadn't received none. The only thing that changes, even the COVID, if we had the COVID, I think that was just temporary from the nurse. I don't think that was supposed to go in the handbook.
Any changes that has been made to the handbook policy is sent out to every department. So if you made any changes, they were already submitted to each department of any changes that were made. The only thing she did was took those changes that was, or those old changes and added it in the handbook. She didn't change anything.
So,
It's nothing changed.
I know what Brad's saying.
Right.
He's trying to say those changes that were made, he has not received those changes. All you gotta do, Brad, is get with Human Resource, see what her changes are, and if there are any changes that's not in your handbook, just make copies and put them in.
Yeah, that's all I'm asking.
That's it.
Yeah.
What Angie's saying is they're already put.
I know what Angie's saying, but Brad said he does not have them. And it probably has been sent out to every department when there are changes made. It just probably was not printed, off his computer and put into his policy. So all he has to do now is take his policy, give it to a resource, and compare it and put the changes in.
Yeah, theoretically, they should be nothing earth shattering, you just don't have any.
Yeah, he just don't.
Well, I just wanna make sure before I make my people sign.
Yeah.
When you sign for something, that means you read it and you understand it. So I wanna make sure the board and the attorney is good. So
She
that's all I'm
asked
saying.
you, when she asked you to sign and send it, what she's asking is for you to read it. Most people not gonna read those handbooks until something happens.
So if they read the handbook, then all the stuff they be going through, they wouldn't be going through. If they read the handbook, they sign it, but they don't read it.
Let me tell you, but we also said this, when you go over there and hire, when you are hired, amendments, people probably gonna read, because they wanna know what the amendments are. But when you are hired, we ask the human resource person to go through the handbook with the person, and definitely what she needs to discuss with them before signing, she needs to be to one, to go through that handbook with them and say, these are some of the things that is required in this county before they sign it. So we ask that she does that.
Any other question, board? That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Tuesday.
Good morning, board. I have one permit application request for y'all's consideration today. T-Mobile requests a permit to place additional equipment on an existing Crown Castle USA tower located at 58 Honeybee Lane. The project will include the placement of 3 antennas, 3 remote units, and 1 trunk cable and associated equipment, and the removal of 3 antennas and 2 remote units. The placement of this additional equipment will improve T-Mobile service along Highway 61 South and portions of southwest Adams County. Ordinance requirements have been paid. Ordinance requirements have been met and fees have been paid. I request the board to approve this T-Mobile permit application.
So
A motion by Supervisor Hutchins, second by Supervisor Wilson. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
I don't have anything else. If y'all have any particular questions?
I don't believe so. Okay, thank you, sir.
Morning.
Morning, man.
All I have, well, I have a couple things. February 21st and 22nd, we have a LP gas training exercise over the safe room. The 21st is classroom, and the 22nd is gonna be a live burner. And all the surrounding counties, volunteers, and city fire department has to come and participate. We also asking if y'all come out and just see what they're gonna be doing on the 22nd, and the burner's gonna be at 6 o'clock, 6 p.m. And also, we're getting ready to start our recruitment, and we're gonna be teaming up with the husbands this month. We're gonna come out and try to start recruiting for volunteer fire departments, and if you have anything in your area that might be going on, let us know, and we'll come out, set up some displays so people can see what we do for as fire. We have fire pit that we can put out, if people can see how to put fires out, we got a fire extinguisher training, we can do that also. So if you have any events in your district, just let us know, and we probably come around anyway, like I said, just for recruiting of new volunteers. That's all I have.
Any questions? Thank you, sir.
Well, I hesitated, so I'm gonna go. Don't have any requests, just gonna give y'all's report for the month. 333 total requests for service through 911, 225 of those turned into transports. We did see a higher number of transports based on the volume of calls, but the call volume itself dropped down. We just had a little tighter percentage of those that actually went. 9 minutes and 6 seconds in the city, 86%, and in the county, 1421 at 89%. There were 76 refusals for treatment after we arrived on scene, and we had 18 calls where there was no patient there. Now, we're working to determine if those are just, they're playing with 911. There's no pattern of repeated abuse of these, but we are tracking those just so y'all know, and if I come up with something, I'll take it before the 911 board and then come here with a formal recommendation. And then we had 10 canceled prior to arrival, and that's just somebody typically in the family got nervous, called 911, and the patient says, I'm not going, just cancel. So we got canceled before we got there. Something that was very significant for the county, we cut or had a decrease in the psych calls for the month of January. They dropped by over 66% from the previous months. And I want to once again commend SO and PD. We've not had a crew assaulted in this county or in our city this entire year. And that is huge for us. So I just want to continue to extend thanks to them. 237 calls occurred at the exact same time, which means, there were times, literally, we had 8 ambulances running the other day, and all 8 ambulances were on emergencies at the same time. Medical flights from the field, we only had 2. Some of this is being limited just because of the weather. It's typical this time of year, they're not able to fly a lot of days. During January, continued challenges that occurred. We had 6 crew members out at the same time with COVID. 3 of these were paramedics, 3 of these were EMTs. Not a single exposure was related to work. They were all exposures from at home with one of their family members having it. They're living in the same house. They ultimately ended up with it. Met with Merit Health. They had initially the first 17 days of the month, they had doubled their ER wall times, which was really impacting us a good bit. I went and met with CEO May. He and I came up with a change to the policy and the way we did notifications there. We put it into effect on the 18th, between the 18th and the 31st. They reduced their averages by 50%. So the policy worked. So I just wanted to bring that in. They are the only facility across the state, and I do these reports every week for the state. They're the only facility across the state that continue to work directly with EMS and getting them out on a timely manner. We really have got a strong facility here, and I wanted to be sure and point that out too. I was unable to attend the December meeting, because I told you I was hiring paramedics. I was successful. I had 2 paramedics I actually have hired. They're coming on board with the team. It's Jessica Jones and Blake Infinger, and I also hired another EMT, Benjamin Moffett. Those will actually be deployed hours here, so we continue, even despite shortages across the state, we continue to be successful with our program in retaining and in adding into our staff, so that's a really good thing. Employee of the Month Spotlight is Ms. Scott. She's an admin assistant there, nominated for the employees. Actually had a national telestaff outage that not just EMS, that affected companies across the country. She tracked their time. Not a single payroll hour was incorrectly entered. She had to do manual spreadsheets to do this. It's a monstrous task, and she did not lose a single hour of payroll for an employee, so the employees appreciated that. Don't have anything else to add unless y'all have questions for me.
Any questions?
Appreciate it.
Thank y'all.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, board.
Good morning.
First thing I had this morning, Mr. Blanton on Old Courthouse Road called me again this morning, well, he texted me yesterday or last night, and I talked to him this morning.
Who's that?
Mr. Blanton
Where?
on Old Courthouse Road. What it is a lady come in about a couple of months ago about the Old McNilly Road had come through, and they wanted to abandon the road, and they wanted to take the property. He bought the property, 4.5 acres from someone. Now he doesn't have access to his property. It shows that old road comes out and comes into Old Courthouse, and it's an abandoned road that the county had, comes through the trace. He called me this morning, wanted to know what he needs to do, who he needs to talk to try to get access to his property from Old Courthouse Road.
I mean, it's a public road, or is it a?
Old Courthouse is a public road. McNeely Road comes in off of Palestine, down by the new Budweiser place, crosses 84, the new 84, goes through those woods and comes out of the courthouse. The road's been abandoned for years. The lady was here for the claim, or mentioned she had it fenced or hooked and he had passed and wanted to claim it all. Well, this guy here doesn't have access to his property, and he wanted to know what to do to get access to his property.
What's his name?
Mr. Blanton.
And this is the same guy?
Allen?
Who?
Is it Allen?
I don't know.
What's his address?
I don't have that, Vicky. I can get all that. I've got a map on my phone of it, but we had come here.
This is the same guy we talked about?
Same guy we discussed and talked about,
Yeah, he needs to file a lawsuit against his neighbor.
well, he had mentioned the attorney that done the deed and all for him to buy his property.
Well, hold on one second, Rob. Is this a personal matter between two neighbors, or county road is involved?
The issue that seems to come up is that there's an old county right-of-way, and so he's trying to see if the county will try to enforce that right-of-way so he can get access. According to Robbie, he hasn't used that right-of-way for a period of 10 years or more, and so it's doubtful that we still have a right-of-way.
That's Old Courthouse Road. This is the old McNeil Road.
And so he needs to sue his neighbor.
Yeah, that's it. And see, this is old McNeil Road where it ties in, it's on his property. Right here, comes into that old road here. The neighbor over here is trying to claim it all.
Over here?
Correct, on this side. And don't want him to put a driveway here in the front. See right here where he drew it out, where he wants
So
to
where's
drive.
the old county right of way? That black line?
Yeah. And that wire right here, all that.
There's black there and that black there.
You got it.
Let me see that.
But he had last night he had checked, last night he had checked and, Ask me when I bring it back up to see who we need to talk to get access to your property.
I mean, the way a right-of-way works is if you use it for a certain period of time, and the county doesn't use it for a certain period of time, we lose the right to use it. So, and I don't think we ever use this particular
It's
area.
been abandoned for years, it's abandoned way before I got here. I mean, you know, it's grown up from 84 all the way through, you know.
Well, after the meeting, you and I will call them and talk to them. And like Laura wants to, I mean, we can file suit if we want to see whether we have a right to it or not, but we probably don't.
My only question is, and I know one time before, the reason I'm asking this question, if you got a piece of property here and it had an easement or whatever through it, when that easement dissolves and goes away, this landowner gets half and that landowner gets half or whatever it does. And I know it happened to me personally.
It depends, so they still own the property, the way a right-of-way works, they still own the property, right? So the original boundary line, whatever that is, that's the boundary line, subject to a right-of-way over it. And so when the right-of-way goes away, it doesn't change the boundary line. We own a right-of-way, we don't own the land in fee.
I understand, and that's what I say,
The
and
right-of-way
I guess his
abandonment
question
doesn't
is, when they got that, did that right of way come from the owner he bought from, or did it come from the landowner next door that's wanting to claim it? I guess it's his question.
I mean, it depends on, you know, who was the owner of the property
That's what
when the
I'm
right of way was acquired, right? Whatever that original boundary line is what it's gonna be. I mean, we'd have to do title work to find out whose is what. There's not an automatic, you know, unless it was filed in some sort of subdivision.
I mean, I guess he's just grasping for straws. He's trying to figure out what direction to go, who to talk to, and that's what he was
We'll
asking
talk to him,
for.
and he needs to hire an attorney and file suit if he can't get access to his property.
Okay.
He shouldn't like the answer he's been told, so.
Well, after this, I mean, I don't know him personally, but I just, if he got property, if he can, he can, but, he can't.
Yeah, we'll talk to him.
Okay, next thing I have is spoiled dirt request at 7 Kings Lane.
You heard the request, road manager, got a motion by Supervisor Gaines, second by Supervisor Wilson. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed?
I met with, Denbury Resources last Wednesday, on Hall Road and Sandy Creek Road. And they're wanting to cut those roads and run a 8-inch pipe across those roads out there. They got it staked, got everything done. They'll take responsibility, for digging, putting it back in the condition it was in, putting the asphalt, but both of them chip seal roads. Both of them are dead end roads. It's not going to interfere with any property as far as people trying to get in and out. And I just told them I'd bring it before the board, and if I need to, I could get Mr. Ford to look at it today or whatever too. But it's on Hall Road and Sandy Creek Road.
You say all they wanna do is put a pipe through
They
it?
wanted to, yes ma'am, they said they'd go 3 to 4 foot deep, whatever the county requirements are, to put the line under the road and go back and put the asphalt chip seal back over the road.
You feel comfortable managing that for them, or do you wanna have the engineer approve what they do?
Got it, nothing beyond them, the landowner beyond them is the same landowner before you get to it, so they're just cutting, it's gonna be on, at the end of, Hall Road, it'll be the Ratcliffe property, and at the, on Sandy Creek is right before you get to the new property.
So you're fine with approving it?
I don't see where it hurt anything, but I mean.
So do we need something from them?
Correct,
And
that's what he
write
wanted.
and sign that
They will, they'll
come
give
to
us all
this?
the dimensions, drawings, they'll give us everything. I just told them I wanted to bring it before the board before we got that far with it and see what the board really wanted to request from them. But yes, they do have the drawings, GPS coordinates and all that of where it's at, what they're doing. And they'll have all that in the law, to know where it's at when it's finished.
I'll make a motion.
A motion by Supervisor Hutchinson, second by Supervisor Wilson. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed?
Okay, the next thing I have is 3 employees, their 6-month probation period is up, and they're up for their 50-cent, raise. One of them being Nathan Payne, Joe Williams is the other one, and Marcus Williams is the other one. And I have that turned into Wes. It's already approved when I, hire the people and put them on probation, we'll come back after 6 months and get it, so I got that.
You heard the request for resume, can I get a motion?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Supervisor Wilson, second by Supervisor Gaines. All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
The other thing I have, we discussed it last board meeting, and I went and met with, Ms. King, last Wednesday, I think it was Thursday, Thursday, on the dump trucks. Y'all had approved getting new dump trucks, and I had 4 of them coming off a buyback program, starting like in April up to September. And
It should have been, but it's okay. On a raise, it's a big deal, it's a new hire.
we had discussed it last meeting, and so I went and met with her. It come back before the board today, and I did get another price on buybacks from auction company, J.M. Woods Auction Company. They give us a written guarantee where they give us $22,000 more than the buyback company, which is Burris, where we purchase those trucks. So on the low end, it'd be $22,000 higher than their buyback. It could be possibly higher than that once they hit the auction block, for it getting more money. But I just wanted to bring it before the board. The truck works ladies here today to let us know when our trucks would be available to get, and they're hard to get. We need to go ahead and issue them a PO. I know the board had approved everything for us to get them, but like I said, me and Ms. King talked last board meeting, and so after the meeting, we met and talked and need to move forward to get our name on the list to get our trucks earmarked for us this year. And she can tell us when she thinks we will get those 5 trucks before now and I guess the end of the year.
Technically, we're not supposed to really order trucks until we have POs in hand, but because we have done business with y'all before, I was able to go ahead and secure a few slots, which was able to secure some things. But your slots aren't officially secured until we have a PO in hand per the bid will be turned in, because we can't sit there and hold slots not knowing 100% if we're gonna have a county buy or not. I do have a slot, one of your single axles will be built in 2nd quarter, which will be ready prior to your 3rd quarter. You've got a tandem axle that will be built 2nd quarter, ready prior to 3rd quarter. Another tandem axle being built in June that will be ready probably late 3rd quarter. And then we're looking, as of right now, I've got a tandem axle slot for October. I'm trying my best that once I get POs in hand to push that. If another slot comes available, I'll try to shift y'all up the line the best that I can. And then we're waiting to see where our 2nd single axle slot will fall. But all of your slots will fall as far as being built prior to the end of this year. We're gonna try our best to get them for you as close to September as possible.
So what you're asking from us is
I need
a motion for a PO.
Yes, ma'am, I need POs to secure your slots, is where we're at.
Make one, so
Second.
The motion by Supervisor Hutchins, second by Supervisor Wilson. Any discussion? All in favor? Boy, you about missed the time.
Okay, you say it rolled off in April, right?
Say it one more time.
The old trucks roll off in April, buyback is in April.
But
Okay, so those trucks are not gonna be ready until,
Which is why we got you a guarantee for J Wood, which is
Right.
$22,000 more than what your buyback in April is due, and that will be good through September.
okay, so my question is, the buybacks, when you turn those other trucks in April, can you
We're
keep them?
not. We're gonna hold those trucks and go with J.M. Woods in September for $22,000 more than the buyback from.
But we gonna wait, okay.
And we'll get rid of it for September.
What trucking companies do is we give you your buyback.
Okay.
We're supposed to be your worst case scenario.
Okay.
What we try to do is, for the most part, a third party auction is going to bring you more money than what my private company can offer you. Burroughs offered you their third party. Nothing against them, but when they get the opportunity to bring your trucks in, if they got all this inventory back in April, especially right now when inventory is so scarce, they're gonna mark that back up and they're gonna resell it again. You're saying, what we've looked at and what Robbie was able to secure y'all is Jay Wood has said, here's a contract for you. I will guarantee you $22,000 more than what Burroughs will, and we'll make it good through September, so you'll have more time to get your replacement.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're gonna have something to work with.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes.
I want to do that to us.
Okay.
That's all we expanded.
What kind of trucks are these?
There's gonna be 3 tandem axles and 2 single axles per your bid request that you were advertised and awarded for. That replaces the 4 you currently have, and then I think Robbie told me y'all had approved to add one additional. So you'll go from a fleet of 4 to a fleet of 5.
You said 3 times.
And 2 singles. Your single axles will be 33 GVWs. They're gonna be a 12 yard length of bed. And then your tandem axles will probably end up being about a 16, 17 cubic yard capacity.
That's all I have.
Thank y'all.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good morning, board. Let me start off with a pertinent request from C-Spar. They would like to install some fiber cable along Woodville Road to 75 Carthage Point Road, which I think is the MSU Extension Office for Adams County.
You never carried it. I don't think you ever carried the motion. It was a motion.
No, she wanted to talk.
That's her tricks. She's trying to get all in favor of citizen money.
All opposed? Ayes have it.
Yeah, excuse me, man.
Sorry about that.
We didn't care.
Okay. All right, like I said, I was trying to get recommend a permanent request for C-Spar. They're trying to install some fiber optic cable along Woodville Road to 75 Carthage Road, which is the Adams County MSU Extension Office. So if I get a motion to approve that permit so you can go ahead and start on that work.
You heard the request, Mr. Ford. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Hutchins, second by Supervisor Wilson. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
All right, so the rest of this is just updates, just to keep you guys updated. The 26 Cleope Henry Heights project, we did submit the contract documents to the contractor, so we're waiting for them to get their bonding information in place and return the contract back to us, and then I'll submit it to the board for their signature, so we can try to set up the pre-construction meeting for that project to go and get that project under construction. So that's for 26 Cleope. As far as the SAPO 180 and the whole M, which is your striping only project you currently have program with state aid, they requested an environmental utility document for us to submit. We submitted that document to them. We received information this morning that we will be able to advertise that project on the 17th and the 24th of February, with the bid opening for that project being Monday, March the 21st, 2022. So we'll be having a bid opening for that one in your second board meeting of March for the striping on the project, and that'll be at 10 o'clock.
That's striping on what project?
That will be for Foster Mountain Road, Pine Ridge Road, and Steam Plant Road.
Striping?
Yeah, striping on. Those are projects that was already programmed, we designed, and through the state aid process for those. This is last year.
Last year project.
Yes, sir. All right, and so the next one is the Burke Road project. We finally received the approved program form for that road. That's a flat project, and so state aid will be administering that project. Therefore, we're following their guidelines as far as our engineering services is concerned. And so we're prepared to submit the hydraulic report, but then there was some discussion as it relates to how the county may like to use the grant to pay for our engineering fees.
And so it's ultimately not my decision, it's ultimately the county's decision how you would like to pay for the engineering fee. There are engineering fees in the flat rent that are designated for engineering fees. However, you go that route, then when we have to start a process of generating an application between the county, IMS, and state aid, if you would like to use those grant funds to pay for our engineering fees. It'll slow the process down, but they'll allow you to use those funds that were allocated for the engineering fees under that grant. And not necessarily, we can't, if you don't go that route, we can't guarantee that the money that was earmarked for engineering fees under the flat grant could be transferred over to your construction part. For the potential of losing out on that money, I can't remember, I don't know how much that money is, but that's a choice that the county would have to make. As of right now, the way the project is programmed, all engineering fees for that project will come from your state aid.
12%.
Yeah, it will come from your state, yes. As of right now, the way it is approved, as of right now, everything will come from your state aid as far as engineering is concerned. If not, you can go by getting money from the grant, but it's sort of process now. We have to start over. It's not long drawn out, but we just essentially have to start over with the selection process and everything.
Yeah, that's what and I actually reached out to George after this, the state aid engineer came down and said that we could use grant funds as opposed to our state aid funds to pay for the engineer. And I wasn't telling you to or not, I was just asking, because he then said that, there must have been a miscommunication between the two, that it wasn't done or whatever. And so I was like, well, is this something we could do? And so, we can use either our state aid funds, and we get state aid funds allocated us each year. And if we don't spend it, it saves itself up. But there's also flat grant funds that we could use to pay theirs that would save us on our state aid. And then you're saying it potentially could cost us the project. Is that what you're saying?
No, not cost of the project. You still get the project done. It's just how the engineering fee will be broken up. If we decide to use the grant, then I have to resubmit or do the program form, dividing some of the funds coming from state aid, some of it coming from the flat project. Right now, all the engineering fees are right now, as a program as of right now, all engineering fees are coming from the state aid fund. But if you choose to use what was allocating the grant, we would pull that money from the grant and maybe split up that way. And I just have to redo a program form to get approved by state aid.
Well, I think that's because I'm listening at this, so there had to be some kind of miscommunication. Because you were communicated the other day for some reason that y'all didn't want to do this. What was communicated the other day that y'all did not want to use the federal fund, that y'all didn't want to be paid out of the grant. That's what I heard. And I think that's why Scott called me, because I think it was 12%. I was looking for my book. I got we had a little meeting on it. I do have it wrote down in my little small tablet in the truck. And so I think that's why Scott called you, because we said, well, if the federal fund is gonna pay like 12%, will pay so much of your funds, why not use that grant money to pay that, and then that'll give us something extra in our state aid that we can do some striping on. That'll be a part of not just striping a report, that was gonna be a part of my report. But, so that's why I said this is miscommunication. I don't know how the other board feel. I think Wes was there, and the board didn't know. But on the Burke Road Bridge, that our engineering fee was coming straight out of our state aid fund. But if they apply for part of the grant will allow up to 12% for engineering fees. And my question was, well, if we got money in the grant, why do we use our state aid money to do something else with it? But that was just communication. I just want to
and that's why when I sent an email, but I copied the state aid guy, so everyone had the same communication.
So the guy that you copied was not the state aid guy.
It should have been Chris.
Dixon,
His is
DIXON. I think you said it's DICK. So.
Okay, well, he's the one that said it, that's why I copied him.
Well, I'm saying, the way we get our
Because I wasn't accusing you of doing anything or whatever, I just want everyone.
Like I said, when it comes to engineering fees, that's not our decision, that's not on us. It doesn't, we can't say that we don't want to get paid from this. couldn't get paid the same way regardless how it comes out.
That was my question.
Yeah, it's ultimately whichever one the county feels more comfortable with.
Yeah.
So that 12% is already in that grant,
Yeah.
or it would be in addition to that grant?
Well, it's not, I'm not sure if 12% is in that grant, because the flat projects is, the engineering fees and the construction engineering fees is different.
Okay.
So when you do flat, it's kind of like an LPA, you have a design engineering fee, and then through the process of development, if you follow the LPA through that process afterwards, you develop a construction engineering contract, which is solely different, so those fees are separate. You're just talking about the design engineering fees.
Okay.
So, but I'm not sure how much was set up in the flat project for design engineering fees.
He said,
What's that?
He said that it was already, money was set up in the grant that could be used for engineering fee. There was so much of the grant was already set aside for engineering.
And we could just use, we need a separate contract. So, and I communicated all to George, and he said, no, we can definitely do that. He'll bring it to the board.
Yeah. Like I said, however, you said you've done in the past, however, the board, whatever the pleasure of the board is, that's where we'll go.
What's your recommendation?
Because either way, like I said, at the end of the day, we're still gonna get paid the same, just, you guys want to pay.
How much is the project total, do you think? What's the estimate?
I think the project was around, somewhere around 800,000, something like that.
800,000?
Yeah.
Yes, that's $80,000, give or take,
Yeah.
which they would keep in your state aid funds.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, if you want to keep it the way it is, we got, what, 2 to 3 million in state aid that we need to get going on anyway, so. I understand a sense of urgency to get the bridge back, but, so it's really just discretionary call on y'all's end. If you want to try to conserve some of your state aid funds, you certainly can. If you want to go ahead and get the project done, go ahead and do it.
I got some things that needs to be, come out of state aid fund.
We all do.
Yeah.
It was a really exciting
Some
meeting.
striking, you
Yeah,
know,
that's
stuff
it.
like that, a lot of striking going on, so.
It was an exciting meeting because the state aid seemed eager for us to kind of, they want to get on the same page so we can all get in a plan together and start, number one, do the big projects like we've been doing with state aid, but also using it for maintenance and things
Do
too.
the maintenance that he writes up every year, like on the striping and things like that, do X amount of miles per year out of that money. He said he'd be willing to come sit out before the board, explain, talk to the board, and everybody get on the same page of what to do with the funds.
Yes.
And it's,
Well, that, and he also said that's a state aid ride, right? But he said he was gonna come and meet, but he's gonna actually ride by, he's gonna drive his own truck, cause he said he done had COVID twice since Christmas. And he don't wanna take any more chances, he's an older guy.
I won't take them
And
chances.
he said he done had COVID twice, but to touch on what Robert said and what I was gonna bring to the board is, what he was saying is, he comes down and do a state aid inspection of the whole county of state aid road. He leaves a list of recommendations that what should be done. And that's pretty much all over everything. But some of the things a lot of the things on the list had not been getting done. We have been picking specific projects and doing them. But what he wanted to do is come out and say, well, if we need to talk to him about anything, he can answer all the questions. But basically he was saying like that some of the lists he had, just go by the list and get so many things off the list each year. And he said, you can't do them all, but if you start working his list that he give you, some of the things that we talking about, like the striping areas on these 3 roads, the striping areas in the country, he said they'll already be taken care of if we just follow some his list. He said, is that said correct,
That's what
Robert?
he's saying, and that's what he's saying, because most of the time you use that big that money for bigger projects.
Bigger projects.
And it's not on his list, but he said we need to start setting or allocating a little of that money
Has
to
a
do
copy
some
of that
striping
list.
things and
Do
still.
you have a copy of that list?
Yes.
Yeah, I wanna
Yeah.
see that list.
I do.
Oh, I need to.
And he's fixing to ride now too. Matter of fact, he had rode it this year. He rides in February. He'll have it to me by the end of the month.
And
This
he's
year,
coming
coming.
He's riding.
So you got a whole list?
Yeah, I got
And-
one last year.
Yeah, that's what I wanna see, I wanna see the whole list.
But basically what I'm saying, he got state aid roads. And I think if you follow his list, I think we can benefit from everybody because I think it's a state aid road in everybody's district at some point. And that way, if you follow his recommended list, it won't be like one supervisor got this project, one supervisor got that project. we run in a unit system, we follow his list, and we give all of the people an Adams County, and that way all of us as supervisors will be representing our people by following his list, and I think it'll be good to talk to him. I got a chance to talk to him, Wes did, and if any of these supervisors would like to talk to him, you know, one-on-one, with not us having a meeting that you can, I think he'll be very informational that, if he come here and any of y'all supervisors would like to talk, it'll be, I think it'll be beneficial to all of us to talk to him.
So we're gonna have this meeting Wednesday at 8 o'clock with them?
I think that's just a ride.
That's just a ride.
That's a ride.
I think it's a formality, just a formality.
He meets, he's starting here and then he's doing.
Yeah, he'll ride, he don't want nobody to ride with him. Me and him, and engineer, like me and Mr. Marlowe, every year.
Right.
Like, we ride all the roads.
Right. But I thought Scott had said that he was gonna come down one day and talk to us about,
He said he will.
He said we give him a 2 weeks notice.
Yeah, he said that.
He said he needs a 2 weeks notice, and then he'll come down and talk.
Well, just for information, he'll be here on the 21st of March for the bid opening. State aid is always participating in the bid opening for a project if y'all want to.
21st
of March?
21st of March. He'll be here at the bid opening,
Okay.
second meeting of March.
All right, so let's get back to flat project, finish that out. What's your recommendation?
That's.
Yeah, it's discretionary, y'all.
It's not my decision. I'm gonna get paid, we're gonna get paid the same as we go.
It's gonna take a little bit more time to resubmit something, but you save 80,000 out of your state aid road. It's up to y'all. If you
When
want
y'all
to
do it out, if you say I wanna use the grant money, I go back, find how much engineering fee was set up in the grant money and redevelop
For a little more time, can you define that?
Yeah.
ask them.
Well, and I have to come back before you and get a.
Time frame.
Second,
What does it add? If you resubmit, what are we adding?
I'll have to redo it and come back to the next board meeting and ask for approval, then I'll submit it the day after the next board.
So 2 weeks.
A 3 week, yeah, something like that.
For $80,000.
I'll make a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
Got a motion by myself, second by Supervisor Wilson. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it.
And then, the next update is just, EWP Group 4, we submitted the plans for, Group 4 to NRCS, they're currently reviewing them. Once we get some comments back, we'll make changes to them. You guys will go ahead and give me authorization to, advertise this project upon their final approval, that'd be great. I want to come back before the board. I can just set an advertising date and get a bid opening for you guys on our Group 4s. One thing they did ask is, one thing that they didn't ask, one thing that they recommended is Lansdowne Road has a different scope. The rest of them are pretty much just grading. This one has timber wall. That Lansdowne Park be separated from this group and bid it on its own. So that's just information, but I like authorization to advertise these 6 sites.
And to remove land down, I don't know. Or legal if we do that. If they already in that group, I mean.
No, they all have separate project numbers.
DSR numbers, but I'm saying they're in that one, they compiled into one group of DSR numbers with, like you talk about, it's 4 or 5 sites. in
6
that
sites
group.
in that one.
Why would you want to remove it?
Well, when I talked to the gentleman from NRCS, he was like, I want to do that anyway. I want to remove that one anyway.
Mike Green recommended removing it?
Yes. And so, typically him
I
and
think Mike can do that.
I think I heard anything from, but is the project still gonna go on?
yes, no, it's handled.
But you know, they're not gonna give us no extension, all the extensions we got now, with the last email we got on Patterson, we're not getting no more extensions on each group of EWP.
That's, okay.
So I don't know, the effective timeline is December, ain't it?
Yeah.
So, I'll go check with Mike, he had not mentioned that to me for removing that Lansdowne or what that, I heard.
So what is the purpose of?
He's not talking about removing it.
He's not saying removing, he said.
I'm not saying remove it, pull it out of this and design, I don't know why you do that, I mean, why would you?
No, well, Robert, correct me if I'm wrong, the last time we went with them people, when they say they had 6 in the group, then they had a number for those 6 in that group?
DSR number.
Okay.
That's what I say, it's compiled within that group, but I don't think we can
Just remove one.
literally just pull it out, set it over to the side by itself, and that's what I say, this is the first I heard, I'm gonna have to check with Mike. But why would we wanna remove it, set it to the side, take it too long to design, or? I mean, what,
No.
who asked for that, them?
No, it was part of a conversation when I was just giving him an update, like I give you guys an update. And one of those things, they came out with, yeah, I would like to handle that one separately anyway. And that was Lansdowne Park.
Is it a right-of-way problem or?
No, they didn't give me a reason as to why.
What's the address
So I
on that?
assumed that that was a different scope, that would be why, because like the other one
Is
is
it
just
six?
grading, this one actually.
Mr. Teacher, Mr.
Oh.
Yeah, Mr. Aldridge.
President Melton, last question. What are the 6 projects? Name those 6 projects that you have.
The 6 projects is Prince Edition, Wisteria Lane, Whitman Road, Liberty Road, South Palestine Road, and Last Down Park Road.
You said Palestine?
South Palestine.
South
South
Palestine.
down the headwalk on that pipe.
Okay. Is that project, that one on Liberty Road, is that in a curve? Is that on the side of the road, or is that at a person's home? Is that?
It's part of a road where the roadway is
It's
getting ready to.
yeah, because I was noticing that, was it yesterday? Saturday. It's kind of getting worse, it's getting closer to the road. So, that's something that's gonna have to be looked at real fast, if not, it's gonna undermine that road.
A lot of these are road EWPs for our roads. I know we have a little bit of a, conundrum with, I think, kudzu, getting the right of way when there's a bunch of tax liens on the land, and we got to figure a way around it.
And I know at Prince Edition, I don't want to hold this project up, I know that at Prince Edition, there was some work from the landowner that needed to be done as far as their sewage.
Have they done?
I will ask them, so probably hasn't been done yet. I know that they're supposed to talk to her about it, but that's one thing that needs to be done before we can move forward with this project. I don't want to hold this project up.
Do we have any more? Do you know if we have any more EWP projects that have been submitted, but not have been funded?
All right, thank you.
The only thing I've been dealing with EWP is this group 4 and that 26 club.
Okay, that's not what I mean, no. Do you know if we have any more EWP projects that have been submitted, but not been funded?
I don't think we've been under a vent in a while. I'm not 100%, but I don't think so. I can
You ready to
check,
find out?
I can check. And I spoke with Mike, and he said it would be better, he said he didn't disagree with you when you asked, and I asked for the reason what it was, and he said design issues, said y'all would have, trouble design, or it'd be a little longer on the design for getting it done, so.
Okay.
It would be better to keep them all under one DSR number, advertise them all at the same time, and move forward, we can have them all together.
Okay. I'm not sure that's how that happened. I'm not going to stand up.
Say it again?
I'm not sure that's how that conversation happened, but I'm not sure for a board that would disagree with Mr. Mark, he's not here.
I can't hear you.
I said that's not how that conversation went between Mike and myself. But since Mr. Mike is not here to talk about that situation, I won't talk about it.
Okay, that's fine, but I mean, I had just called it just in, but, he said he just didn't disagree to take it out, but if we can keep it together and it'd be easier, that's what we've done, because before we separated, we still a year later trying to get them done, we just settled one that we pulled out at our office, and I know it's a nightmare once we try to start doing all that. If we could keep it under the same DSR number, it'd be better to do that and move forward with it, if we can.
Then the last one I have is the striping. I was asked to do some estimates on some striping for Liberty Road, Cranefield Road, Lower Woodville Road, and North Palestine Road. And so we generated cost estimates based on recent roads that have been striped and recent projects that we've done. And based on this, we have Liberty Road, which is about 8.8 miles of striping, and it'll be from the city limits to Cranfield Road. You'll be looking at $109,706.43 for that road. And
Is that
then
100 what?
$109,706.43. This is just the estimate, of course. Once we get done, you would go through the design process, you would have a more of a concrete number. And then for Cranfield Road, which is about 5.02 miles, you'll be looking at about $62,582.53. to strike that road. And I was also asked about North Palestine Road, which is about 7.65 miles. That'll be going from Highway 804 to Liberty Road. And you'll be looking at $95,369.80 to strike that one. And the last one I was asked to look at was Lower Woodville Road. It's about 12.9 miles. You're looking at $153,215 to strike that road. So all in all, you're looking at striking about 33.76 miles for a total of about $420,873.76.
You said 420 what?
$420,873.76.
Mr. Ford, do you know what part of Lower Wood Road we're gonna repave?
We will not repave and restriking.
We're gonna repave some of the Lower Wood Road. On restripe, but we're gonna repave.
Well, I haven't been asked to look at Lower Wood Road.
I just think, I don't know, Wes, if we got
Yeah, I
the
mean, that
truck
was what we
now.
were talking about with that bond, you know, if we repave the section of it, we definitely don't want to
Don't
restripe.
restripe it and, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Is it,
It's
is
about a
it,
mile and a half of what y'all want to do.
Paving?
Yeah.
And, Bobby, how much state aid money that we still have for strike? I mean, that we could do about 3 million or 2 million?
yeah, I hate to speak off terms, I have the number, I gave it to you before. I think we have, right now, at this moment, $1 million unallocated, but there is a project that no longer falls under that state aid designation, that if you program it, it would free up another $1 million.
Yeah.
I think
So
we
we have about
got
2
it.
million.
Yeah, I got it right there.
What you did.
I think it's
About 1.9 million.
That's why. 1.8.
It's 1.8 million, free money right now, it'll free up. I'll go get my notes, but I think we got some projects going, but we sure need to start sitting down and discussing them among ourselves before we go spend money. You know what I'm saying? We ain't gonna, I ain't gonna sit up here and go to people spending money here and there till we come to that table and sit down and make sure everybody get everything straight. So, you know, I do have the numbers wrote, and I think what'll be best for everybody is everybody sit down, because, you know, we getting around, and everybody wants some of their fair share of their stuff as well, not just that, but we in the unit system. And we want the worst roads and worst things done for the people who are in the most need. So I think before we get into this one, I think when the state aid man comes, he can sit down and tell us what we can program, how we'll reprogram it, and make sure we have it, and then we'll sit down with the road manager and state aid, and we'll have a grown-up conversation about it. I think that'll be good for us.
I mean, I'm okay with that, but we got things that have been done already without sitting down with them and took care of some things. So, I mean.
No, I'm saying whatever you need in this, if it's something in here that we need, I'm not saying that you don't go ahead and do what you need. I'm not trying to deprive you of what you need to vote on, but what I am saying for the rest of it, we need to sit down together and talk about it, you know what I'm saying? Before we go over here, and we need to sit down and have with the road manager also, because it was mentioned that with the state aid man, that we need to kind of follow some of his recommendations along with the road manager to get it done. That's why I said that. I'm not trying to deny nothing that put up in supervisor.
What he kind of suggested is if we got a plan together and did it, and we get funded each 4 years, that the entire state aid program would be continuously in good shape. We wouldn't get
That's what we should always do, is do plans, but sometimes there's no communication. Everybody is no plan.
I think what we need to do is after the March 21st meeting, when he comes, we need to set up a work session and put our heads together and get that list straight and get it going.
That's right.
So we ain't quit talking about it.
Yeah.
Just do it.
Changing the way we've been doing things, because that's just, this is a good way to do it, you know, as opposed to.
Mr. Ford, while you're up there, York Road, Bridge.
I submitted the estimate to Mr. Laird as far as the grant is concerned.
Yeah, the grant has been applied for, but in the meantime,
Now, we can come up with a recommendation and bid it out. I think in the past, I understand that you guys have bid it out with certain people to come in and drive tile and things for you. But whether you want me to come up with a design, or we can handle it a different way that the road department has done in the past.
Robbie, is that something you can come up with on the fly?
To do right now.
Emergency repairs on?
Yeah, but like I told you on emergency repairs now, that's a whole different animal. That one's got metal I-beams up on it, and they're all welded together. You have to have crank and things like that, so we don't have in-house, but before we just strip them, tear them down, they dry the piles, we put the caps, put the stringers, we go back ourselves, but this time it's a whole different. Now they got I-beams on it.
What's typically the lead time we'll hear back on that flat grant, do you know?
I think that, I'm not sure. It was typical on those flat grants, but this thing is something new. So I'm not sure.
The traffic is gonna be down immensely on that road,
Yeah.
moving forward, but, you know, I just wanna keep,
Like I say,
forget about it.
well, like I say, it's because of the critical finding report, it's gonna be some pretty expensive work, which might be costly, so I'm not sure. Which is probably the best way. I can look at it and see, try to come up with a cost estimate to do an emergency repair, but it's gonna be extensive since all vents have to be touched, a lot of power to be touched with those, so pretty much, yeah, good idea too.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all you got?
That's all. Any other questions on while I'm here?
It was just, we were still looking at those, striking.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I'm gonna speak on behalf of Lord Woodward Road, and I'm gonna take it off for right now until we figure out if we're gonna get a section of repay. There's no point, we're not paying for it.
I don't wanna strike it in, cause we need to repay that road. That's
Section of it, absolutely.
terrible.
See, these are roads that had already been taken care of. I did Cranfield Road not too long, but maybe a year, 2 years ago.
That was part of the project.
There's usually a project there, and so it needs to strike it in North Carolina. These are poor-rated roads and people can't see on them. They all over the place and don't get complaints about the road and all.
Your striping you still wanna do, it's just the timing of your striping, you wanna repave it and then stripe it.
Right, but see, I'm not repaving those roads. Those roads been taken care of.
And one thing I was asking her about Liberty Road is, and Kingston Road's got the same problem, the shoulders are just terrible. You want to get all the shoulders fixed before you start doing striping.
And we have to do that.
We don't wanna tear up.
Some of them straight edge them and put them in, like I said, on the Liberty Road, all that's concrete, so that's, I don't know what.
It's
It's a mess.
So what is the purpose of this?
4-year road plan?
Yeah.
What is the purpose of the 4-year road plan? Is to submit of what our goals are, what our plans are, we're doing within that 4 years, if the money's available, if y'all have money elected.
This ain't nothing we go by, though, right? We just put a plan together and
Well, it
don't go by
is. We do try to go by it, but we don't necessarily stay with it, but I'm saying, that is something that is something that we should go by and do it.
When we go by this 4-year road plans, when we start paving roads, we do go by this 4-year road plan.
Correct. How long you been there, what they done?
I go by the roads that I put on there.
We go by each district getting a certain amount of money. We don't
But
go
that's
by
something
the
that's
road.
always been done. So, that's something, you know. Everybody have they roads that they need to take care of, their constituents that they need to take care of too, because everybody goes to everybody. You know, not gonna be in here like Jackson, like, roads and stuff.
Now, we ain't gonna fight over, but I think, but this is the thing, that's like what I said, I don't think we're gonna fight over roads, but I think, no, we ain't fighting over roads, but I think that's just something that we'll, think about, and I mean, a lot of things kind of change. I'm not saying everything goes, because you know, it's like me. I'm like this. Whatever the majority say, it don't matter if I get voted up or down. I'm coming back sitting at the table with everybody. I ain't going out the door. I ain't mad with nobody. We gonna talk. We sure gonna go eat. And I still buying food. We all right. But, you know, it comes to this. If, we got a 4-year road plan, and no different in the striping projects, no different in the state aid fund. I think the worst roads in Adams County actually need to be looked at and took care of, and that's what we were talking about. If we can kind of stick to what the state aid recommend for us, it'll benefit everybody at the table, because I know we all have some bad roads in our whole community, and I think that's basically what we was trying to say. If we can get a plan after the 21st for that road, 4-year road plan is already passed. Take some recommendations from the road man, and we gonna all have a discussion on it. And no different when the state aid man comes. Take his plan and have a discussion on it, and if we can start just taking a chip out of the pie, dealing with dealing with that road plan, I think over a period of time, it'll kind of equal itself out, and everybody around the table end up seeing some justice from it.
So, I'm gonna leave those in place because those roads already been taken care of. This time I don't have to do it.
No, that's fine.
Just like, Kelvin said, those sides need to be taken care of.
You saying
Yeah.
So we're gonna hold off on any striking costs right at that meeting, is that what you're saying?
No, I wasn't holding on. I don't need pull off, y'all still hold on.
Right.
You need Cranfield, what was the other one?
It's Cranfield, North Palestine, Road.
And I can tell you too, if they, depending on what they putting down.
Thermoplastic.
Huh?
Thermoplastic.
Thermal?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Alright. Yeah, you might have to go back, put that paint down 3 years, you going back anyhow.
Yeah.
You put thermal, you're alright, you'll be there a while. Thermal is gonna last, but paint's not gonna last.
So.
About 3 years and it's gone.
So you asking the program leader road, Cranfield Road, and North Palestine Road? Can I get authorization to do so?
You heard the request. Got a motion by Supervisor Hutchins, second by Supervisor Gaines. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed?
River Road, Cranfield, and North Palestine.
Just those two.
Three.
Yeah, that's all.
Liberty, Cranfield,
North Palestine.
North Palestine.
And what I'll do is I'll develop the program form and send it over to the meeting, get your signature on it before I submit to state aid.
Is that, we using the same thermal patch on the Pine Ridge Road?
Yes, sir, I only recommend thermoplastic.
Okay. Okay.
Is that all you have?
That's all I have.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, I need that.
Mr. Dawson?
Who left? Is Fred ready?
Fred,
I'm here to the end, so.
Fred Parker.
Fred.
No, his is executive session.
Oh, okay.
His executive session.
Good morning, I only have a couple of things. One, the trash report. We were down to 2 crews. Terry's back now, so we're back up to 3 crews this month. And we've had some issues in the jail, we've had to pull the crews off on. But District 1 had 31 bags, District 2, 16, District 3, 28, District 4, 32, and District 5, 16, for a total of 123 bags.
District 4, the trash.
Wait, you must be using bigger bags.
No, District 1.
District 1's the trash.
Me too.
Last board meeting, I gave y'all a spreadsheet to look at over the NOAA project. If y'all are ready to discuss that, we can discuss it. There was 2 options given to you. Option 1 was where the county actually bought the cameras. Option 2 is where the cameras are actually donated by NOAA to the county, except for the 3 pole cameras, because they're custom built. Those will actually have to be purchased. So for option 2, the 18 stationary cameras, and then 6 pan tilt zoom cameras and 3 pole cameras, the grand total with installation came out to $15,600. And those are on those locations where we have Wi-Fi service, the owners have agreed, and then the 3 pole cameras go in those 3 parks or county locations that we talked about.
And this with them donating cameras, right?
Yes, ma'am. The only price that is not on this is, for the 3 pole cams, is the Wi-Fi card
or the cellular services the county will have to purchase. And I can't get that for you, that's something I'll talk to your tech guy about.
And if I'm correct, that was saving us about $10,000 if we do it that way, wouldn't it?
The first option where you purchase all the cameras was $27,600.
I say about 12,000, yeah.
Now, there was also a question about, repair. Yes, if the cameras are damaged, they will come and replace them. You'll just have to pay the maintenance fee for the guy to come out and reinstall them, which is about $100. Now, after 5 years, NOLA just writes the cameras off and they become property of the county.
So we continue with them 5 years, they become our cameras.
That
The ones
is
that we
correct.
don't, that is donated?
Yes, ma'am.
They'll be obsolete by
by the end of
It's okay though.
But
That's because they, I don't wanna
Yeah.
pull them and take them down and throw them away.
So once we get the go-ahead, there's about a 1 month turnaround time before the installation will begin.
Is there like annual fees and whatnot?
No, sir, the only thing is on the pole cams, you have to pay the 2 years up front, and that's wrote out there in the option 2. That's the only fee that'll be, paid.
Gotta you review the contract, or they just come up with a contract that you reviewed, or?
There's no contract, they just sent us a quote.
Okay.
So we sent, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. We sent, the spreadsheet that I gave you and the options, we sent that to NOLA and had them review it, make sure all the numbers were correct and everything's fine. Same way with the installation, there's only one guy that does the install, and all the numbers are correct.
So it's like 15 grand if they donate, and is there, they're gonna monitor, and how much does that cost a year?
That's true. And it will allow us and the, PD as well to monitor.
You heard the request, Mr. Dalton.
So moved.
Got a motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Gaines. Any discussion?
Yeah, if it's, like I said, our motion on the minute's gonna be, we pay this amount for this, because they're gonna donate their cameras, we're gonna
Right.
install them, and they're gonna monitor them.
Right.
That's what we're bound by, so if they come back and try to hit us with extra fees, that's not gonna be in the minute, so.
Well, the first deal gonna be $15,600, right?
Maybe the first year, that's the cost.
That's the total cost.
that's the total cost.
They don't have it now, so we're just gonna put it.
We voted on
No,
We ain't
we're in discussion right now. All right, any more? All in favor?
that.
All opposed? Ayes have it. Motion passes unanimously.
We will, we'll reach out to them and we'll CC you on the email, then Scott let them know if there's any contract or anything like that that needs to be signed or reviewed.
So let me
Yes,
ask
sir.
you a question. These are the cameras that somebody is monitoring all the time.
Yes, sir.
So, don't y'all think we need another swimming pool? Since they're saying that people jump in the fence and when people for safety reasons, we need security guards and all that. And we got a camera over there where NOLA is monitoring this all the time, then we don't have to worry about all that.
Now, security guards and stuff.
You won't have to worry about nothing, because if somebody look like they can climb up, you gonna get a call, right?
Well, no, it ain't gonna be that quick.
Oh, yeah,
you
it's
gonna
gonna be
need
quick.
somebody there though.
No, you don't, you ain't gonna need nobody that would be NOLA camera.
But if you got a NOLA camera and you see a crime, that's one something, but somebody that stop somebody is a whole nother.
No, but that's good. But we don't even see them doing nothing. With the camera, we gonna see them ramming up, and then they gonna notify the police or the sheriff department, and then they supposed to go. Whether they catch them or not, we still got the camera, and we got them responding to whatever's happening. What we got over there now is no good. Cause ain't nobody monitoring nothing after a certain hour.
Shane, could you ask about installing additional cameras on that part?
Sure, and then it would also depend on whether or not you're wanting the pan tilt zoom or if you're wanting just the regular stationary cameras. And just to give you an example, Mr. Gray, on what we're talking about, there was an incident that happened in Holiday Apartments, a violent incident. The event happened and then police were called. So they didn't have time to call before 911 was called, the police department. So there was 2 calls, one from NOLA and then one from the people in the public. But the incident was caught on camera. So it didn't prevent it, and it didn't, you know, the call wasn't ripped, the people that were witness to it called before NOLA did. But the action was caught on
I
camera.
understand what I'm saying about the pool is this. Ain't nobody over there to make the call.
Sure.
So if we got NOLA watching what's going on, at least we gonna get a call from NOLA.
If we're gonna put a camera at the pool, I think it needs to be a Pantail zone personally.
Is there Wi-Fi at the pool?
They got cameras over there now?
It's just Wi-Fi there.
Okay, if there's Wi-Fi there, then there wouldn't be any cost. There'd only be the installation of the camera, which would be, I believe, what is it, additional $150? Installation, no, $250. It'd be an additional $250, depending on how many cameras you put.
$250 per camera. If there's
Just
Wi-Fi.
concentrate on that.
Let me ask a question now also. I mean, when we had that event where someone was climbing over the wires, has that been fixed where they cannot get over it anymore? There's something up there on that fence where they cannot get over it
Somebody
anymore?
say they ain't want no wire up there, make it look like so-and-so song, prison or all that kind of stuff. But my dad ran a pool all his life, and we had wire up there back in 1970 something.
Well, and you
It's
can
a
have,
liability. It's a liability, it's not that.
if you want a nice little fence, you can have one that's pretty protected too.
Yeah, keep them from
The
going on.
iron rod.
If you don't
is-
keep them out, I don't care how it look. They gonna think twice before they get up there and try to climb over there just
Or
to
you
get in
could
the
also
pool.
shop a person, and shop fence, you know. Scott got one of those. Let's Scott tell us about that fence he has around his yard.
They have underground fence for my dog.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, let them shop them when they try to get over it.
Could you say it a little louder for the record?
After that, roll.
The only other thing I had in my folder here was the freezer appears, or the cooler appears to have been fixed by Johnny and is working at the moment for the last, I guess, week or so. So I think that table's that is kind of tabled for the moment. So,
I'm saying, me personally, I
We had a motion on the floor, but we ever carried the prosecutor one?
I thought we did.
Okay, we carried that motion.
we carried it, and then y'all asked about installing cameras.
Yeah.
We carried it,
Are we adding the pool camera?
Yeah,
You wanna amend that motion?
yeah.
Cause that's,
we need a motion to add to the pool too.
That is not in the numbers I gave you.
So moved.
motion has been amended.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Hutchins. All in favor? All opposed?
So that we tell them whenever we call them back, how many cameras are y'all wanting?
Just say
And is it
no number.
stationary or is it a pan tilt?
No, we want the real
Yeah,
deal.
the pool, I think we need Pantail zone.
Okay.
So I mean, what do you think?
It's got gunshot detection. It
I
doesn't
mean,
work in that area.
there could be some events there that.
I don't know of any cameras in that area, and it's close there behind the high school. If there's any issues or problems, you know, it would at least pick up
I
the.
think it needs to be.
Well, I think it's like you said, Pantail, but see, they do have cameras over there, they need to be put back up. I think you said it's 4 of them, it's 3 of them not working or something like that. If they put those back up, those are stationary cameras, okay? So to use that one would also be a help to them, those.
The thing about those cameras is, once somebody get off work, ain't nobody monitoring that.
That's fine, but you can also go back and look at what's being done, if it's in a vandalism or something like that. You can also go back and look at those cameras and.
I don't think so, but Scott been trying to review a camera over there for how long?
I just come out of a meeting with the school this morning with Mr. Butcher, and there are at least 3 cameras down, and they do not know when they're gonna get fixed. And we were talking
We still
specifically
need, we still
about
need those cameras.
My suggestion, you have someone like Shane go take a glance and talk to somebody, get a proposal,
Right.
whether it's moving cameras, panning cameras, whatever he thinks. Let the so-called, expert study what cameras we need.
We'll have that guy come and the installer is the one that would come and give you that.
That'll work.
Yeah, I don't think it's financially a material thing, I think we wanna have good coverage, and there's gonna be expensive equipment there and that kind of thing.
That'll work.
All right,
Okay.
is that all you have?
Yes, sir.
All right, next on the agenda, we got public comment. Sir, if you would, please state your name and address.
Jared Baptiste, 15 Deer Lake Road. What I'm here for, January the 6th, 2019, Robbins Lake was about to flood. And the county came in there with tractors and ran pumps and pumped the water onto my property. And it washed my bridge out. And it's been out for 2 years now. Now, they just came and fixed Robbins Lake. Nobody never came out down there to look at my bridge or nothing. And I got 62 acres down there, 35 to 40 acres I can't even get to because of the bridge. I had a concrete bridge put in there that you can drive 18-wheelers across. And it's been washed out for 2 years. And I want to know what is going to be done about it, because the county pumped the water over there.
He did.
There was 3
Talked to me about the
supervisors.
situation and, I mean, exactly what he said, he told me and I told y'all. And, since then, I really haven't been involved in what's going on Robbins Lake, but that information was, me and him had that conversation, and I did have that conversation with Robbins and explained to him exactly what he explained to me. And Mr. Lawyer, you can tell all of us in here, how we fix it.
Okay, so did we change the course of water? Is this a new flow of water, or was this the natural flow of water?
I don't know.
Well, what it was, I guess they pumped the water out to keep the lake from busting. I'm assuming.
If we altered the channel or stream, then we're liable for any damages that we created, but there's a 2-year statute of limitations, and it sounds like we're close to that time. If we didn't alter the flow of water, then that's not the county's liability. If it's a natural flow, erosion occurs naturally.
So, what I'm getting is this. When that place flood on its own, it's a natural flow.
That's a natural flow.
Whatever the case may be. But when we get in and pump the water a certain way, is that a natural flow?
I mean, that wouldn't be a question for me to answer. That'd be a question for your engineer to tell you whether that was a natural flow or not. Water's gotta go somewhere.
The same thing happens when we start those siphons. Those 3 siphons that's through those pipes, the same thing goes. We pump that water, it goes right there to the same thing. I mean, we're not pumping any more water, what the siphons are doing. Is what happened when we pump water, when they destroyed all the siphons, we couldn't get the siphons to work. When the people drilled holes, shot holes, done all that, destroying our, the county property, we couldn't get it to work. When the level would get high, we pumped it. Right, same ditch, same thing, same area, pipes go the same spot. We don't have to do that. If people leave our pipes alone, leave them alone, we start those siphons, we don't have any issues. Or it goes straight down, straight out, straight through that ditch and out, cross highway, cross 61 and goes same path it goes every time. We're not pumping any more water, we cycle water. We're running two pumps when we run them, we had pumped it twice.
So that answers your liability question. Your second question now is, has there been an erosion issue? And at that point, we can look at it and see if there, it becomes kind of discretionary to the board whether we can go on there and change it. There's a drainage statute that allows us to go on the private property to address drainage and erosion control. That's how we get on to the EWPs.
Well, that probably had never happened before they pumped the water out of there. All the years they've been there, I ain't had that problem. All of a sudden, when they pumped that water, I had that problem.
when it jumped the highway that time, it didn't wash that bridge out and it flooded 61 years.
But see, don't have nothing to do with 61, that's not
They
my
got- it's gotta
property.
come
I'm
through
talking
you
about
before
the
it gets to
bridge
61.
on my property.
But it's
It's a
gotta
low
come
water
through you
crossing.
before it hits 61, and my question is, and I wasn't here at the time, either. They tell me it jumped over and it flooded, how they had to shut the highway down 61.
Well, see,
At that point, it was just
I'm
blowing
talking, I'm talking about where it happened on my place. I ain't got nothing to do with down the road. I'm talking about on my property where y'all pump the water out.
How long has your bridge been there?
Probably about 10 years
Oh.
or longer.
How much is it gonna cost to fix your bridge?
I mean, I want somebody to come out and look at it
That's what.
and give me an estimate
Do
on
you have
it.
any pictures?
Yes, I got pictures of it.
Maybe Robin, the engineer, will try to look at that.
Well, headline, let's take a look at it. Did you say engineer?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, headline, let's take a look at it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, engineer. Oh, okay, I thought you said engineer.
I did too.
That's why I thought you said engineer, I was like, yeah.
I said engineer.
What year did that,
When that flood happened.
yeah, what year was
When we first. Oh, yeah.
No.
That's 16 or 12.
Oh, I don't know
Yeah.
about that.
It's right before my time. Right
When did you start?
It's been 11 years.
2012.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
So-
well,
You
that's
started
good.
Are you talking about when Chop's house
Yeah,
flooded?
all that flooded, everything through there flooded. I fixed that bridge was there, then he should have took it all out, but like I said, he shut the highway down.
Yeah, I mean, it flooded his house on the east
On
side
the
of
other
the
side of the highway.
His bridge wasn't there at the time.
I guess is what he's saying, the bridge probably wasn't there. You said it's been there about 10 years, is what you said?
Yes.
But yeah, it probably wasn't there at the time then.
So I just go out,
Just go out and look
analyze
at
the
it, yeah.
situation,
See what the
if-
cost is.
Yeah.
But, no liability wise, but we can see what we can do
Right.
on that end.
How long is they gonna, for somebody to come out? They say they was coming out before and everything.
No, this is what we gonna do, Mom, calm down, this is what we gonna do. We gonna let you give him your number, and when he get ready to come out, he gonna call you where you can be there, where you can show him everything what's going on.
All right.
And they'll bring engineer and,
I don't know, if people that look at that, probably put a road out there real quick.
807.
I think did he leave?
Yeah, I mean, if you did come to me, I did
807.
what I had to do,
34.
but he been battling this Robert Lake thing for a while now.
3-4.
So I didn't really forget about it. When all that happened, but I told him.
See, when it happened, they said that they really had no money to fix nothing right then and there.
Right.
But, and that's the reason why I hadn't said them, because they were hollering about they nobody have any money to fix anything. But now that they don't fix the lake, it's like they don't forgot about me.
yeah, I mean, I don't remember any of it, that's
Well, I
why.
can tell you right now, this first I've heard of.
Well, it ain't the first I heard of. We was out there. When he came came down there in his vehicle, he came
I
down
think
there.
that night it happened, you walked under, didn't you? That night it
That
jumped.
night or the next day
That's
one.
District 1.
Yeah, that night it jumped the water. I think you came down there that night, didn't you?
Mhm.
So,
I'll get with the engineer, I call you, and like I said, we'll come look at it and see what's what, get him to work up stuff, what, you know, the cost will be and bring it back for
I'm just gonna say this for the record, man. If there's anything we can do legally to help a situation that it look like we created, we gonna take care of it. As long as it's legal, we gonna take care of it. And, I agree with what you said when you say, look like people forgot about you.
Mhm.
I mean, the focus was on Robin Lake, that the bridge going across there, and how we gonna do this, how we gonna do that. The conversation we had then probably was forgot about,
Mhm.
until you brought it back up.
Well, his house is one of those that affected by the main issue out there, so until that kind of started getting resolved, I don't think he was too, he's worried about whether he's gonna get to his house or not. But,
Well, the good thing, my house is on this side of the, where the bridge is at.
yeah.
I
We gonna see what we gonna.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
All right, appreciate it.
Next on the agenda is Menace property. Anybody have anything on that?
Yeah, it's two on this property, I think Scott had those.
Right, it was 1, 2, 3 that got taken on.
123 got taken care of, I think it's 105 and, one.
2 something,
217,
217 and.
right. And 105.
I'd like a motion to have a public hearing for those 2 properties.
So
Got a motion by Supervisor Hutchins, can I get a second? Second by Supervisor Wilson. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it, motion passes unanimously.
Is there anyone here that's,
Oh, wait a minute. I need to step back real quick. On the agenda was a jury commission appointment for the circuit clerk.
take that after we get out of our public hearing since we already opened it.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Is there anyone here to discuss in this properties of 105 Greenfield Road, 105 Greenfield Road, 105 Greenfield Road? Angela, tell me about 105 Greenfield Road. That's in your district, right?
yes, it's just when you go out there, you got all kinds of things that are on the property, like you got couches under the car porch, you got furniture under the car porch. It's just a lot of things piled up under the car porch that needs to be taken care of. Then you got grass all down the fence that people are complaining about that's causing problems to their property.
Okay. And it's, because of that conditions, it's a menace to the public health and safety.
Yeah.
Okay, and then tell me about
217,
217, yes ma'am. Did anyone here for 217 Greenfield Road, 217 Greenfield Road, 217 Greenfield Road?
I think on that property, you got a lot of abandoned vehicles on that property. I don't know if they're using that property as, where they fix up vehicles and everything, but you just got a lot of abandoned vehicles that's on that property. That's a hazard.
Okay. We'll close the hearing.
Can I get a motion to close the hearing?
So,
Motion by Supervisor Hutchins, second by Supervisor Wilson. Any discussion?
Need a motion to declare those 2 properties a menace to the public health and safety
so
and authorize the road crew to clean up.
Motion by Supervisor Hutchins, second by Supervisor Wilson. All in favor?
Any discussion?
Any discussion?
Hey, I don't know. It's not understanding about them houses on your car, and then at somebody's house, and then somebody got property.
that's a home there too. It's on the property of that home. It's just, you have to mind it and see it as well. Even if they using it as fixing up things.
Oh, yeah.
It's a way of, getting all the abandoned ones away from there.
Alright.
Yeah, it's just that they just, like they hauling all abandoned vehicles there and everything. And people, beginning to complain about their properties, bringing down the value of their properties and stuff.
All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
After you clean it, at the next board meeting, 50% a statement of cost, we can adjudicate
Are we ready
that.
to clean it now? We just have to put the signs all out? Or you ready?
The signs are out.
Yeah, I think I saw a sign up there 105 for sure.
Yep, notice was done.
Give me them addresses, then.
105 Greenfield and 217.
105 and 217.
Okay. 105 and 217, Grange.
Since we're bringing up that other property that we have, I've got a contact of the Secretary of State, Ricky, and we're gonna contact them and ask the state to do it.
We talking about 21 South View Drive.
The 21 or 16?
Let me see what this is. It say 21, and the other one says 16, and the one across from 16 is 21.
And it's like a drastic difference if you drive down that road. It's like a normal neighborhood, and it goes into a war zone.
You keeping it good. It look like a third world country.
All of a sudden, because the rest of the neighborhood's nice and it's like,
Everybody complain about it. They complain about drugs on the street. They complain about everything. So everybody up in here know on the end of South View Drive, it look like third world country. Enough people tired of it. I'm tired of it, and something need to be done.
What's that?
Off of Pine View. Made it out look like a abandoned car lot where they taking car parts and
start putting car parks down there. and
Yeah,
all
it looks
this
like,
kind
it
of
looks
stuff.
like a war zone, is what it looks like.
So, people crying about drug activities going on down there. I know I shouldn't be saying it, but I'm saying it because they scared for their life down there. So, it's out there now.
They also asked for a speed bump, I'm giving them the application for that.
Speed bump.
Did they say they fly out?
Stop sign or something.
Well, they say they fly up and down the road on it.
Well, the only difference between the speed bump, you know, the people at the end of the road, we finna do whatever we got to do to them. They ain't finna sign for no speed bump. Would you?
Well, I mean, if someone was flying up and down my road, I want to speed bump.
Now they flying to your house.
What's the
Well,
what's the percentage?
It's 75%, it's not 100%. The rest of the day was going to agree to it. And guess what? One of them is the Secretary of State's one of them. I bet we could ask him, he probably would sign a speed bump.
It ain't been.
It's about 5 houses on the street. And
Uh,
2 of them is what 2 you complaining about.
But they aren't the owners. So,
Ain't that many.
It's a bit loud.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 houses.
yeah, I went down there and saw it.
All right, we done.
All right.
The lady told me to
We
go down
done?
there, so I did. It was bad.
All right, we'll go back to the jury commission appointment. This was a request from Circuit Clerk Eva Gibbons. Corvette tried to get her on the phone, and never could get her. Do y'all know anything about a vacancy on? Well, we're gonna wait till the next meeting, she can bring it to us then.
We know whose district it's in.
I think the board gets one.
Board.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we're gonna come to the table. Supervisor Gray.
Thank you, first, we didn't deal with the many property down on South View. I want to say this. We need to kind of figure out a way to tell our department heads, especially our department heads, if they know somebody that's talking about leaving the county or doing whatever, don't wait till the last minute and when they put their 2 weeks notice in and you knew 2 months ago that this person was gonna leave and then we get the 2 week notice and then we stuck and trying to find somebody to fill that position. So my only thing is this, if somebody talking about leaving and they know they're gonna leave, have the courtesy of giving us a little more than 2 weeks where we can properly advertise for a position where we can get some qualified people to replace these people. I want to congratulate all the people that received scholarships, because I saw them in the newspaper from AC, from Deidre, from That's High, whatever the case may be. And this is my check, buddy, for my $100, pass it on to that scholarship for somebody that's sitting in the classroom doing their lesson.
Is this a subtle reminder that everybody else?
You say you're gonna pay it for me, give me my check back.
It's already gone.
Yeah, it's a reminder. I don't know if we sent out a reminder, but it's a reminder. The next is the time clock. I'm not gonna stop until we get these time clocks in place, and I'm gonna tell you why. It's just me saying it, because I'm not getting myself in trouble for nobody. Now, if we have time clocks, then everybody gonna be held accountable. Now, if you don't have time clocks and you off work and getting paid and they not taking it off your vacation, that's called stealing. And I'm gonna let you know right now, if I catch you stealing, I'm gonna call Chad. I'm gonna move on. Government signs, the government signed the marijuana bill. So as a board, do we want to go on and make the motion that we approve for marijuana in Allen County? Y'all don't talk about it.
Yeah, you don't actually have to take affirmative action. You have to opt out.
I know, that's the reason I brought it to their attention. You know, we talk about the next meeting, I just brought it up. Since we got Mr. Fred here, I'm gonna skip that. Now, what you say gonna happen with the truck, how we gonna handle that? Do we need to make a motion to go and pay the body shop until the insurance come to get their stuff together or whatever the case
Yes.
may be? Cause I got a bill I'm gonna send y'all for, travel now.
If you use mileage, then you're the
I'm
right.
just gonna count that as a loss.
Yeah, we can go ahead and pay for the truck, and then when the check comes in, it pays for itself. And if they don't send us a check, we'll sue for bad faith insurance. Now, you got hit by a car.
Okay, man, I got a lot.
And you get paid.
Since it's Black History Month, I was up at Mississippi College this weekend. A friend of mine got named the head basketball coach at Mississippi College, and he the first black head coach of any position at Mississippi College. So he did make history at Mississippi College. Larry Bowling is the guy, and I think he's gonna do a great job. And since it's Black History, my sympathy goes out to Lucia Harris. She was a basketball player at Delta State, African American, and she about Kevin age, about 66. No, I'm just joking. Well, anyway, she a few years older than me, but in my lifetime, that was the best basketball young lady that I had ever seen in my life. She passed last weekend, and they honoring her all over the state of Mississippi. And my sympathy goes out to her family. And she did get inducted into the, I think it's the NBA Hall of Fame. I know she's in the Hall of Fame. What are we gonna do about the COVID? We supposed to have continue the mask in county buildings. What are we gonna do? Because we said we were gonna deal with it at this meeting. We're gonna continue that. I recommend at least continue it inside county buildings because of the underlying health conditions that we have with a lot of these employees around here. And to my knowledge, people saying, well, they ain't wearing them no way. But at the end of the day, if they not wearing them no way, at least we put it in place. And you can't police nobody and make them do nothing. So if they not wearing them, it's in place. But if it's not in place and somebody gets sick and die, they say, well, why y'all ain't have a mask mandate? Well, we got it. So what we gonna do? Extend it?
President Middleton.
Yes, ma'am.
County Administrator, Andy King, did you send out a letter to these departments?
We didn't send a letter out, we sent out a mass email.
You did send an email out?
The,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
HR.
To HR?
Human Resources, submitted a mass email.
Okay, did she send it to each department?
To all departments.
Okay.
Well, to everybody that we have on our email list, really.
Okay,
Not
she
just
did
the
send it out.
departments.
Okay. I didn't receive it, so that's why I'm asking. Did you interview or receive it?
She didn't send it to everybody in the county, I don't think.
She couldn't have, because I didn't receive it, because I was looking for that.
I know I got it.
That's why it's for that to tell you to make sure that.
I'll make sure
a
she
letter
sent
out,
it.
yeah, because, email,
Okay.
because when I went to, I didn't even have on masks, and I'm saying like, we approved this, and they're not wearing the mask, and then the ones that have those underlying conditions I was looking at, they wasn't even wearing them. And I'm saying like, they complain about it, but they're not wearing them.
Well, we can't make them wear it, but we can put it in place for county owned business.
But if it's in place for county owned building, they are supposed to be wearing them.
There's no penalty for not wearing them. I mean, you
See,
can
that's
put
what it
it
is. We don't have a
countywide, there's no penalty. Only thing I'm saying by being in place, that what our employees, we done had a couple that died from COVID. Only thing I'm saying, if somebody catch COVID and die, the first they gonna say, well, why they ain't have a mask mandate? You know, the numbers are high, whatever the case may be. That's my own reason for putting it in place. I can't make nobody wear no mask. I don't wanna wear it either.
That's what we do.
But I gotta wear it, cause I don't wanna have whatever and give it to somebody else. I don't even know what's gonna stop.
Well, the good news is that numbers are dropping significantly.
Yeah, that's
And
good.
I think we're way past the peak of this thing, and this time, you know, there'll be more. But
So do y'all wanna do another month, or do y'all want, what y'all wanna do? Cause I'm for doing another month. And county on buildings.
I mean, I think the only way that we are covered is if we adopt the CDC guidelines.
What do the CDC, they change every week, so what do they say now?
We should've had Brad.
Call Brad, take him on the phone, tell him, come on back over here, cause we don't get no numbers no more. They used to give an update and all this kind of stuff. I know I went to the emergency room to take a young man the other day, and, those people having problems with staffing. Every hospital I see on the news having problems with, nurses. I mean, the field is wide open now because this situation here done caused a demand for pretty much everything, so people, I mean, it's catch-22. I'm just gonna say this about the city, parks and recreation. I read this in the newspaper and I thought this was a great idea, that they are hosting a father-daughter dance on February 19th from 5:30 to 7:30 at the Natchez Community Center. Tickets are $15 for the dad and daughter, and an extra $5 if you have additional daughters, or whatever the case may be. And they say, the dad, the granddad, the uncle, or whoever can escort the daughter. And the number is 601-446-2580. They did this once before, not the recreation department. A doctor that's living in Memphis from here had this at the Eola Hotel, and the turnout was lovely. They gave some dads an opportunity to spend some quality time with their daughters, and which I think they need to do, but it was awesome. And the city will be hosting a Shamrock Shuffle on March the 18th for students with disabilities. On April the 2nd from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m., the city will host an Easter egg hunt on the north end of Natchez Bluff. And a second hunt will be held at Osceola Park. And the last thing, now if that information is not correct, blame the Natchez Democrat, that's where I got it from.
We blame them anyway.
Huh?
Us 10 pieces.
I ain't blaming nobody for nothing. I mean, as long as they print what I say, I ain't got no problem with it. My sympathy goes out to the Bradley family. I mean, I've been knowing this family for a long, long time. I can remember when my dad coached at South Natchez for that year, and they went to the Shrimp Bowl. I rode in the car with a couple of coaches, wife, my mama, and Lisa Bradley, and Charlie, son, and my daughter went to Cathedral together, so they lost their mom. To the Lee family, to the McMorris family, to the Jackson family, to the Tenner family, to the Davis family, to the Henderson family, to the Green family, and to the Speaks family, to the Johnson family. And I missed this, and I don't usually miss too much, but it happened right after our meeting, and they had that funeral. And he's a good friend of mine. He lost his mom, Mr. Andrew Cabot, and she was 99 years old. And my sympathy goes out to their family, and that concludes my report.
Okay, the only thing I have is, Raleigh, when are the signs going up on River Road?
Well, they're on now.
They going up now?
We started to put them up now, we got a couple of locations done, so they start to put them up right, you know. They
As
should be
we
putting
speak.
some up today, they're gonna start on Cranfield and coming forward. Natchez, they look to answer your question, not to say that you asked for EWP's while goes anyway. There's two on Magnolia Bluffs and one, creek stabilization on Lower Bridge Road, that's only three.
That's on River, okay, thank you. All right, I'm gonna elaborate on also what Supervisor Ray said. We need to start the time clocks. I don't think we need to continue to ask every board meeting about time clocks. Let's get them started. Let's get, Delta here and get them started because time clocks are going up everywhere else, and other entities that I'm hearing. So we need to start this right away. We shouldn't be asking every meeting about a time clock. Don't you all agree?
And I speak on that, she sent out an email, it might have come up every meeting, but I've been working on time clocks as a process.
Right.
I've been sending out emails, my progress, so I'm not ignoring it, I'm working on it.
Okay. And I think me and you spoke on it last time about it, about the adjustment of the pay, if they have to get paid that Friday, then that Thursday, you know, I'm okay with that, that's just one day, if it's gonna help the time clock situation.
I think I sent out email since that time, to
Yeah.
let everybody know that it's in progress.
Okay, sounds good. Another thing is, Grange will be having starting up a neighborhood watch, Grange community. We've been getting a lot of complaints about crime out there, shooting out there, and also, Venice properties that we just spoke about, the community want to, start a neighborhood watch so they can also be able to raise money to help those out there who are in need of, you know, helping them with their homes, or it's painting them, helping them clean it up and everything like that. So that's something we'll be discussing on February the 17th, at 6 o'clock at the Grange Community Center. And also we'll be also getting with Darryl Smith now, which he mentioned about trying to get volunteer firefighters to come in and help them, so we'll be discussing that at that meeting also. And I think that's all I have.
Supervisor Wilson.
Okay, Robbie Dollar on the, it's just routine maintenance on Kingston Road to do the shoulders and on Liberty Road both. And that's something.
Yeah, like gravel, it's not an issue, but if it's busted off, then you gotta straighten it, hot mix or concrete,
Yeah.
whatever, and straighten those up. But
Most of it is just wash off, isn't it?
yeah, just throwing gravel up, putting gravel up, doing it.
Just a place that you,
That's just
you gone off the
routine.
road, you're in trouble out there. Okay, I'm glad we adopted the plan for the Nova cameras. I think that's gonna be a huge deal when we get that started. Wes, on the Kingston Community Center in Providence, where we were talking about the sound, what are we gonna do with that? How do we proceed? I know I don't think Providence needs it as bad as Kingston does, so.
I haven't received any complaints on the Echo like he has, but when that company came in and did the study, I said we might as well get them, because there's no extra charge to get them to do a study at Providence as well. The significant issue is Kingston
Community Center.
Thank you. And I don't see an urgency in Providence. So that's, you know.
How do we proceed getting it done at Kingston?
Well, I don't think there was a breakdown. So I would assume get a breakdown on that exact cost to do Kingston and bring it up the next board meeting. Because it was a unit, total number of units and a total price, but it never broke down which building needed how many.
That, I think that has to go from Johnny, it's the maintenance thing.
Okay.
All right, gotta do it. And we'll give it Johnny.
I will.
Okay, that's all I had. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Grange.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say, I thank for all the support and prayers to everyone I hadn't seen in the passing of my mother. You know, I got a lot of phone calls. I tried to get them all back. Some of them I know I couldn't get back. Tried to answer all the texts, but I really appreciate the support. And because I mean, support means the world to you at a time like that. But you know, all I'm gonna say is, for our meetings and for our business, sometimes questions need asking and some things need addressing that a lot of people don't want addressed. But for to keep everybody on one accord and getting together, you need to bring some things out. And I really do think that over this time I've been off, I kind of seen a lot of stuff going on. Hearing things going on. We got a lot of stuff internally going, nothing major, but I think we ought to come back to the table and start communicating with each other a lot more on some things. I think we need to start listening to what this person said, that person say, because at the end of the day, we the five that's gonna take care of this community. And just because somebody say something that don't make it true, and when we get ready for the do business, just like me, I do business if it hurt me. If my business hurts me, guess what? I'm hurt. That's what it is. And fair business is that. And it's even some things that we have did over, has been done over a period of years, certain ways. And I think sometimes exploring new ground is good for everybody. And especially as a new board to help our county move forward. So, just keep that in mind. And I still want to say, regardless of what, I learned a lot from this board and I deal with it a lot. Just because you have an idea different from mine, that don't make you wrong or I'm wrong. That just makes us be able to sit down at the table and have a grown folk discussion. And a grown folk discussion is what we need to have in a lot of areas of Adams County. Because, some situations that we probably can correct a whole lot more. I think we could get a whole lot more accomplished if we just sit down at the table and do business. And, like I say, I just enjoy working with y'all, and I want to continue to enjoy working with y'all. So I'm gonna tell you something. If it's something that might not be a little right with me or might be touching, don't matter how touch it is, I want you to be able to come to me and tell me, and we still gonna sit at the table and do business. Because from this point forward, if it's something touching with me, I'm gonna make sure everybody around the table knows. Thank you.
Thank you, Slover.
I think the only thing left outstanding, there was a tax appeal that was filed in December or January. After we filed our motions, they decided they didn't want to fight it. And so I need permission from the board to agree to their assessment. So permission for us to agree and sell it. What's that?
What you said?
Was a tax appeal filed on it was Mississippi Portfolio Partners is the name of the group. But Susie D. West was the parcel that they were arguing about their assessment. They filed an appeal, tax appeal to their assessment. We responded with all sorts of things. They decided they didn't want to fight, so we agreed just to dismiss the appeal.
They did?
We need to agree to let them do it now, because we already responded to their complaint.
And they're gonna pay
They're gonna pay their taxes, yep.
Okay.
Got a motion by Supervisor Gray, can I get a second? Second by Supervisor Hutchins. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed?
It's gonna be a real interesting decision. I think they're looking for a test case to, go up to the Supreme Court on, and I just don't think they wanted us to be their test case, so, that's my assessment on it.
Chancery Clerk, Randy Lewis.
I have a couple of items. With tax time coming up on February the 1st, we have a lot of people coming in, of course, to pay their taxes, and we have another homestead chargeback issue. I'll take this off y'all so you can hear it. This chargeback was placed on the property over a year after the property had been purchased, and so the new owner did not get notice of it, and so just asking for the board to remove or agree to have the tax collector remove this chargeback.
You heard the request. Motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Gaines. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
We have the February bonds. They are Christy Kelly and Mary Ann Henderson. I just need to have those spread across the minutes, please.
Motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Wilson. All in favor? All opposed?
We have the December tax redemption settlement that needs to be spread across the minutes, please.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Wilson. All in favor? All opposed?
Yeah, y'all ain't got it.
Just a few more, just a few more. We have the January 2022 meal report from the Sheriff's Office that needs to be spread across the minutes, please.
Motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Wilson. All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
We discussed this at the meeting, I guess it was last meeting, about hiring the Mr. Bridger's firm to do our audit. He recommended that we go ahead and just approve for 2020 because he said that state audit usually sends out their letters notifying what counties that they're going to audit themselves by May or June, and he wants to make sure that he doesn't step on their toes. So we do have an agreement or proposed agreement from him for the next 2 years after this. But he just recommended that we hold off on that until May or June to hear from the auditor's office. So we have this contract. He is Scott has reviewed it. It's just the standard contract from the state audit, and just need to have that approved and spread across the minutes when the president takes it.
Motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Wilson. All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
One more thing, I have a bit of good news. I applied, of course, after board approval, for a grant, and it's through the Mississippi Department of Archives and History, and the Chancery Clerk's office was provided with $10,000. We do have a match, but I have the amount in my budget to cover the match. It's $5,000. And so they're gonna pay for scanning our deed index books. And so it's well over $15,000 and some change. But they, as soon as we sign off on this, they will tender us the funds and we can go ahead and start getting our indexes scanned. So I just need to have this approved and spread across the minutes.
Motion by Supervisor Gray, can you second? Second by Supervisor Wilson. All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
That's all I have, thanks.
Deputy Clerk, thank you.
I don't have anything.
County Administrator Angie King.
Yes. The first thing, our purchasing clerk, Supervisor Gray, leaving April the 30th.
So she did turn in one.
She hasn't turned in a resume, but verbally she told me she's leaving April the 30th.
Okay.
Can't do anything until I
Not
get.
verbally, neither, find it somebody.
You need to give us somewhere we love to get
Yeah,
somebody else before she leaves, where they can have at least 3 or 4 weeks or whatever to train or something where we.
See if she can give us that buy-in, but we can accept it. And be able to go ahead and advertise.
Okay, I would like the board's, I guess moving forward, I would like the board's approval to increase IT department budget $2,520 to cover the cost for the fax.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Hutchins. All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
Okay, in reference to the time clock, Supervisor Gray, we spoke the other day, I told you about, we was in discussion on how many time clocks we were gonna need. And the problem is always like with the sheriff department, haven't gotten with him yet because of the way they move around and leave from home and what we're gonna do about, the time clocks as far as, they are concerned. I know I talked with, Ms. Jessica Blackwell, AS 400, and she said they do have a program where they can, sign in from their phone. So we're gonna press forward to see exactly, I need to give it to the sheriff also to see, what is best for them in their department.
I think one of the issues was, we went through that thing down with dispatch. I don't know if y'all were on the board then, where they were having deputies come in 15 or 20 minutes early to come to the building and check in, and we had to pay them for that. So now they don't check 10/8 until 5 till 6, but it's from their house. And from the time they check 10/8, they are responsible for handling calls. So it just creates an issue, or if it's a call-out situation where we have to respond out to a situation, come to the building to clock in to respond to an emergency is the issue that we had. And I know it was something that we were just trying to discuss and figure out the logistics on it.
Well, they did say they can do it.
Right, excuse me, and all the deputies have iPads in their car. So,
And they do it from the iPad too.
Well, time clock, it ain't the first county got no time clock, so, we can look out to other counties and see how they handle the sheriff department or whatever department. So I know they ought to have it right, but they're doing it.
That's what you recommend to me, but that was Thursday or Friday, so I'll get on it. I would like the board's approval to increase the budget of Southwest, for the $27,460 for the, funds that you all just approved.
So move.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Hutchins. All in favor? All opposed?
Okay. I would like the board's approval to increase the, community promotion budget, $2,000 for the payment that was approved by the board for
Maytag.
Okay.
So move.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Hutchins. All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
Okay. I have a core civic modification where they increased the funding, $5,394,012.48. They got some additional funds for more buildings. So that's for the, fiscal year through August of 22. So, just give me a break.
Motion by Supervisor Hutchins, can I get a second? Second by Supervisor Gray. All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
Okay, at the last board meeting, I gave you all, a printout for the life insurance, so you all can review it and decide on which, life insurance company that we wanted to go with. My recommendation would be Boston Mutual, but it's up to the board.
That was a good point.
It was. And I didn't base it based on the fact that it was the cheapest one, more or less than, first of all, we paid a bond issue before. And they were not a problem, so they can provide to me, they provide me their service.
So moved. I'll take the recommendation of cabinet.
To go with Boston Mutual.
Did you second it?
Yeah.
Motion by Supervisor Hutchins, second by Supervisor Gray. All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
Okay, I just have one other thing, you see, the email was sent out as far as the contract for the garbage contract. I don't know if you all want to do anything about it but the contract ends May the 31st, so I just wanted to at least put it on your mind that this has to be done.
Yeah, it doesn't end, it could end, so it's up to the board.
We can limit President. I think I got an email. Did you send out the email? Someone said, okay.
That's the
That it
disposal.
can be extended for another 5 years or something like that?
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
We already did it.
I think we're not having no problems, and it takes a lot to make a change, and it hasn't been bad, so I'd like to extend it another 5 years.
I hate getting on the garbage, that'd be great.
Motion, that's a motion.
A motion by,
You go ahead.
motion by Supervisor Hutchins, second by Supervisor Gray. Any discussion?
Yeah, and I did, the pricing for other public entities is not cheaper than what we have. The ones that I know that one that just redid theirs, back in October, and they're at $28 a ton, we're at $22 a ton. Since we did this contract, and we were one of the first ones that did it, and probably made that landfill somewhat, successful. I say that because now, other stuff going on with it and all that, but we were one of the first ones, and so we got a pretty good price on it. But I did look at those other prices, and I don't think we get a better rate.
All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
I think that's all I have.
Yeah, so you send them a notice that we're keeping our term if you could.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, I've got a pile here, so, first thing here is from Lynette Smith with Southwest Planning and Development. On December 9th, 2019, Adams County Board of Supervisors submitted a USDA fiscal year 2020 application on behalf of Adams County Sheriff's Department for 6 patrol vehicles. USDA has been waiting on current audit reports since submission. Now it's 2022, the application has to be updated. I will need new quotes, permission to hold public hearing, and new financials, balance sheet, operating budget, amongst other items. The previous match amount was $171,185, with only USDA funding $50,000. I'm not sure if this is a cost that the county will agree to. Please advise if the board would like to resubmit.
You want to reapply on this grant?
Can reapply.
Reapply. Is that a motion?
So,
Can I get a second? Second by Supervisor Wilson. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? You need that, right?
Yes.
I have a pay rate change for deputy clerk. I think these are for tax collector.
Name.
Angela Green,
Yep.
Shirley Emery, Angela Green is $13.50 an hour.
this is a pay increase.
Yes, ma'am. Pay, Shirley Emery, $13.50, Linda Golden to $14, and Patrick Chapman to $13.
Is that in their budget?
That's one of the guys work over there.
He new.
He just get
Oh,
hired.
excuse me, he's a new hire.
Okay, how much is he?
13.
13.50 or 13?
13.
I thought the new hire is supposed to come on at 12 anyway.
I mean, you don't have to hire
You don't have
bad.
to.
If you got,
The
you
Lord.
ain't got to hire him. That's,
Okay.
that's the Lord's even.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, that's in his budget. If it's his budget, hire
13.
him, we can hire him.
Okay.
Is this in his budget?
It's money in the budget because it was a position wasn't filled, they want,
Yeah.
so the money is in the,
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
It's not gonna break.
Okay, could you,
What about these others?
communicate with him, and that is the money we using for these raises from the position that is not filled?
I have to ask him about that. I was just letting you know that his budget would not.
I tell you what, I tell you what we do. We hold off on that because we got to go in executive session coming back out. By then, you get in touch base with him and let him kind of clarify where his money coming from. If he's using the individual that he's not gonna replace, if he's using out of that money, or he already have it in his budget.
No, it's not anybody that he's not going to replace. What I'm saying is the position that Keisha had, that just got, it's been, what, about 2 months ago?
Yeah, she should have.
That position wasn't filled, so that money wasn't used every month.
So
Yes,
he using it with this guy named Patrick, right?
No, that's Patrick is taking Keisha's position.
Right.
There was
That's
a
what I'm saying.
position there that wasn't being used at all, but the money was in the budget for that position.
Just find out.
But let me ask you a question. I don't know. If a elected official, that's what I'm confused at. If an elected official run a budget and have a budget, if he don't go over, I mean, if he bring us something over here, he don't have the right as an elected official. He or she do not have the right to pay their people how they
You
want.
can.
I just, that's what I asked, was
Yeah,
it
you
in the
can, as
budget?
long as it's in the budget.
We have 2 county elected officials. We have Brandon and Eva who pay their own people. You understand what I'm saying? And then we have Terrence and Larry, who the county pays for their employees. So as far as Eva and Brandon, we have no say so as they spend, because they're spending their own money for those 2 departments. But the other 2 departments, they have.
So basically what you saying, Brandon and Eva can pay their people what they want because they're in there. So in other words, so you got Larry and Terrence over there, even though they got their money, we can tell them what they can pay their people.
Because it's not their money, their employees are being paid through county funds.
Different budget.
It's like more like giving them another raise pretty much. That's
Yeah. I don't understand how that can, I mean, that just be a
Brandon,
messed
where your
up
phone
position,
come
cause
from?
I just wouldn't want.
Watch this, where your family come from?
Court filing fees and land reporting fees.
Okay, where Terrence and Larry funding come from?
General fund.
The general fund.
Just like the sheriff's office.
Yeah, I understand that, but now, that's almost like having a supervisor see me being vice president with no power. I just sit here and hold a title. That's almost like you having somebody in your office. If you hire somebody at your car wash on a daily basis down there that come in and work and take care of what you take care of, then I come in and tell you who I can pay and who you
The
can't.
funding coming from 2 different funding sources.
Yeah, I understand, but I understand, but I mean, I understand
The
what you're saying,
question
so
was,
basically.
was it in the budget?
Was
If
it
it's in the budget,
yeah. That's why I'm just trying to figure out how we control.
Is it another raise? It's another raise.
is it in his budget?
Is it in his budget for him to have?
The money is not in his budget for raises. But the money is in the budget because it's just like, okay, I'm gonna use.
I understand
I'm
what
gonna
you're saying.
use,
That's why.
the comptroller position. That position has been open for 2 months. This is the third month that no one has gotten paid, so there's gonna be money left over because we haven't paid anybody in 3 months.
Right.
But it's not for the other employees to get a raise because this money is in this budget. You have to prove it's another raise.
Next
It's another
fiscal
raise.
year, you'll end up
Next year, when you hire one, then your budget gonna be out of balance because you done gave them a raise and now you done hired that person that was gone.
Yep. All right, you heard the request for tax letter.
If it's in the budget, I ain't got a problem with it. If it's not in the budget, then it's gonna be a problem.
There's money in the budget because there was a vacancy, but there's not money in the budget for a pay raise.
Well, what I asked her was to get him and get a clarification of what he's trying to do, where we can know before we do it.
These will stay in.
Could you give him a call and by the time we get out of the executive session, he can come explain?
All right, next thing I have is a letter of support from the board. The city of Natchez is applying for a U.S. Department of Commerce Economic Development Administration grant up to $5 million to create up to 600 green jobs, targeting underserved individuals, communities of color, women of other groups that face labor market barriers. This is a grant that was written by Tawana Williams, and they're just asking for a letter of support.
No more.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Gaines. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it. Next is Leadership Natchez. They're looking for, I guess, a county employee to, y'all wanna think about this until the next meeting?
Yeah, that'd be good.
County employee to do what?
To do Leadership Natchez.
You gotta pay for it.
Yeah.
Well, retreat, well, might not be able to. Well, first session, Leadership Natchez 2-day retreat, which begins Thursday, February 24th.
We got time. We got another meeting before then.
Okay. Next is the authorization of the transfer of additional state aid funds. This is the request of that additional $60,000.
We met with this.
This is that, we'd already done 25, and
Yeah.
we came back with the 60,000 for the State Park Road.
State Park Road. And we talked to the lawyer, even if we don't put it in, they're gonna take it out of the project. I mean, it's the money, it's money that has to be put in for the state aid to security for the continue, get their work done, for the continue to work. So that's what the guy said, this money had to be in there. He said that it wasn't that, it wasn't that, it was an honest mistake that he, when he bid it, he actually bid wrong. He said he just bid too low. He kind of knew it when it was there. It wasn't that, it wasn't that he was trying to make up for the loss he bid. He said it was just an underbid, and that money had to be in there according to state aid for them to continue working on the project.
That's the state aid engineer, Chris Dixon, that told us that it had to go in there. There's a percentage of it, and I forget the breakdown, but Warren probably remembers better than I do. Some of it will be spent on additional testing and so forth, so it has to be in there for that. Another portion of it is gonna be contingent upon additional expenses that may come in. So some of that money may go back to your state aid program, but they're saying this is, state aid engineer saying it's gotta be in there.
Yeah.
So,
Chris Dixon was he stressed the importance that he has the same concerns that this board has.
Yeah.
And our best interest at heart. He said the prices that were in this 60,000 were very fair.
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, that's about it. So move.
Motion by Supervisor Gaines, second by Supervisor Hutchins. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it. Motion passes unanimously. Next is a CASA travel reimbursement. Please find the attached travel reimbursement request for Adams County CASA Director Angela James. Travel is required. CASA business of home and school visits of abused and neglected children from Adams County. Ms. James accumulated a total of 1,852.8 miles round trip travel, rated 56 cents a mile, totaling $1,037.57. You heard the request.
I mean, either a county administrator, is that ever approved?
No. You have to do it.
So when she do,
How long you been, how long you been, I thought what it is?
Huh?
I mean, how long you been saving my mileage? Is that from last year?
yep, gotta be.
That, I think that's from,
During COVID, they weren't traveling.
That's right. We discussed that. We discussed that.
This appears to be only November and December.
She's on volunteers.
Trip to St. Francisville, Jackson, Mississippi, Gulfport, Magnolia, Jackson, Natchez, and Natchez to Vicksburg.
but she didn't travel, you gotta say that. I don't know.
Angie, we got this request for travel reimbursement for CASA. Do you know anything about that?
From my understanding, with cost of travel reimbursement,
$1,800?
It wasn't
Which was
$1,800.
mileage?
$1,037.57, 1,800 miles.
they've already gone somewhere?
Yeah, from November,
November,
December.
December, it's on there.
I don't think we approved anything for this. We had a discussion on this one time,
That's what I'm saying,
but
So let me ask you a question.
that's what I'm saying. Why can't we,
Travel, and pardon me, Supervisor Gaines, travel needs to be approved by the departmental budget under our policy to begin with.
and it's private. But this is what we had the discussion before, what, about a year ago? And I don't understand why we got this.
So travel for CASA is sound like travel for anywhere else in the
From my
county.
understanding.
You got to be approved before you travel.
To me, that's what we should do. It treat like every other type of travel, and your department head approves it and move forward. And
So what we gonna do?
we gotta do something, cause, I mean, we're gonna,
Move on to the county administrator.
what?
Let me tell y'all
They've been moving on for 6 or 7 months. It should been moving on since last time, so we need to, we don't need to kick it down the road no more. We need to go and vote, yes, no, we won't vote what they're gonna vote, and then they'll get it straight. This from December, November, December, this a couple months ago.
It's 2 months.
But it came up again one time, this ain't the first time it came up.
This travel here ain't never came up.
This travel ain't came up, but the last time we had an issue with the travel and stuff like that,
Well,
that
nobody was
they said
traveling
wasn't
during
enough.
that time. Nobody in the county, period.
I understand, well, now we coming back up, it's strictly a problem. Okay, the travel wasn't, at that time, it wasn't approved because wasn't nobody traveling. Okay, now the lady sent another report and said she traveling, now it ain't possible.
No, she don't
Listen
travel.
to me, listen to me. This is CASA. CASA has a board. And this is how this was being paid and reimbursed through their CASA board account.
Okay?
No.
Wait. Hold on. What I'm saying is this, and that's what I'm keep telling you about. The miscommunication. If now I don't care what's going on, if somebody down the line got a miscommunication from between us in this room and this woman over here. Because if it wasn't a miscommunication, the lady wouldn't keep sending this back over here. What the communication is somewhere off, and we need to find it between us, me and the ones who got it. Well, it's just disagreement. Find out what need to be did. So I'm not saying that we gonna pay or not pay her, but we should find out so we can at least report to the lady so she won't keep doing the same thing.
Well, it need to be a decision, but we don't have a travel policy for this. it's not, the county doesn't even have a travel policy for this. But I know for a fact that these are the reports that she turned in to a CASA board to be paid for their travel. They paid for travel, I got the reports.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do, cause I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a motion that we pay this time. I'm gonna tell you why. Cause everybody else submits stuff from them judges over there with them court reporters saying they going from XYZ to Timbuktu. We don't know where they going, when they going, or whatever the case may be, and they don't have to pre-approve nothing. Okay, here go my thing. Here's my thing right here. I'm gonna make a motion that we pay this, but from this day on, county administrator sent out a memo to all county employees. If you wanna travel, we have a process in place. And if you don't go through the process, you will not get paid.
So let me ask you, can I ask you something? No, wait.
Hold on just a second, Supervisor Hubbard.
Let me say, President Middleton. I was the only one here when this came about, okay? None of you all was on board.
CASA.
Not CASA. Okay? And you correct me if I'm wrong, okay? When that grant expired, it was either get rid of her or keep her. We decided to keep her. So she became a county employee under us. Okay? What was told, this is nothing new, it's been said over and over. What was told is, you do fundraisers, and she does, but fundraisers are supposed to cover all her expenses for travel and whatever else she has to do. Am I right or wrong?
Right.
We are not supposed to be paying travel. Her fundraisers are supposed to cover all her expenses. I'm asking you again, am I right or wrong?
You're correct.
Now,
No, it
you can
sounds
sit
right.
here and pay this travel, but y'all will be paying it back.
Well, let me ask a question.
Well,
Hold on. Let me get one more thing in to the attorney. Don't look like that, Scott. It's gonna be all right.
Looking like what?
My question is this. I wasn't here. I know I wasn't here when it happened, because it happened before I came, but we talking about somebody that was on a grant program. Then we made them out of a county employee. Now, that's what I heard. Now, you gonna tell a county employee they got to go out and raise funds to travel when no other county employee.
Let me correct you.
I'm gonna let you correct you. But when no other county employee have to go out and raise nothing. So are we treating this county employee different when we treating all the rest of them?
Yes.
If she's the only one, you would be.
Right, but the thing is this though, CASA is volunteer.
I know.
It's a volunteer.
She's an employee.
But this the only county that pays CASA. You're not gonna know the difference between President Gray, between what we have paid and what CASA have paid for this same money. Because they have a fund account and a committee on their own that have paid for travel all this time.
Well, get over here and ask the question.
Well, you gonna look at CASA books to see if this got paid?
Well, when you miss a prorated fund, they got somebody to come down here and look at all these books.
All right, I make a motion that we pay it.
So moved. Second, I'm gonna pay it.
Now let's vote.
Let's
And we'll move
discussion.
forward.
Any discussion?
Now, here go my discussion. Scott need to come back in here, cause I don't wanna be wrong. I don't wanna be wrong.
And still send an email.
No, it ain't got to fit this month, because Ricky just
This is
said,
what I'm saying.
if travel need to be pre-approved.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. They say,
I know what happened.
they say she was working with a grant. Now, they took it up on their own to hire her as a county employee, right? So now we saying out of 200 and some employees, just one employee got to go by different rules from what the handbook say. That's what we saying.
Can I say one more thing? They also during that time agreed, and I can go back and I'll report. You all, well, you weren't here, the board agreed to pay her in and out of state, travel to any conferences, one by one. So they agreed that if they decide they wanna go, if she need to go to California to a training, that she come before the board before the training.
I remember that.
Right. So
But
this has nothing to do with these
This is the
day-to-day.
part we're not looking at though. How many, she just sent this in?
This is the first time,
So the whole time she haven't been sending them in?
She been paying through, it's been paying through CASA.
We don't even know if she been going.
Going to these, visits to these people,
Yeah,
to.
she been going.
To see these kids, I don't know if she went
Well,
or
what
not.
I'm saying, we got COVID going on, she probably haven't been going. So now she just started going back. This is what I'm saying, cause she's not here, I don't know what she's doing.
That's
The
right.
only thing I'm saying, Mr. Attorney, are we treating this young lady different from what we treat all our other employees? And if it is, it's gonna be a problem.
Well, it's a problem if it's on the basis of a protected class. So you can treat different employees differently. For instance, you treat Angie differently than Scott, but if you're treating Angie differently or Scott differently because of age, sex, religion, creed, one of those things, that's impermissible. But if she's in a position of CASA, which is kind of it's like a private institution and they're allowed to fundraise there, but you want those funds to help offset some of your costs, that'd be a reason for why you're doing it. I don't know what.
If COVID wasn't in place, I could see that. Well, with COVID being in place, ain't nobody going out. Who doing fundraising?
Well, and one of Angie's concerns is that she already been paid for this.
No,
And
she
we don't
hasn't
have
been
any way, we don't have any way to know that.
Hold up. She been paid for
They have
that?
a board, they have a CASA board that they pay travel through.
So she been paid for
Well, I
that?
don't know if she got paid, I haven't seen
She
the check.
could have
The portion of
been,
it
but we
is-
don't know that.
Yeah.
So if she haven't been paid, what gonna happen then? We pay her? This is what I'm asking.
So that,
If Kevin, West, in Warren, if she been paid, I'm gonna take my motion back. But if she haven't been paid,
Well, we don't know that.
Nobody knows.
okay,
well,
so,
I'm gonna make a motion to pay her pending her not being paid by the CASA board. Now, that's my, I'm gonna change my motion.
Don't even start.
well, you can't treat nobody different for none of that, because if you can't, my thing of it is, if you can't travel because of COVID, you can't have.
She's only one person.
Seven.
All right, now.
If you can't travel because of COVID, you definitely can't have fundraisers because of COVID. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's my thing about being fair with it. Either way it go. I don't need to run it. I don't need to do nothing. If it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. If it ain't, but if you can't be unfair to people for one reason or another until we figure out what's true. And just like you said, from now on, if everybody else travels, she a county employee, stuff need to be pre-approved. But you cannot allow people to travel like that. If you know, how can you hold people to the rules and you don't give them no guidelines?
Well, here go the catch. Mr. Bradford just came up.
But okay, well, do she know? Undoubtedly, they ain't on the same guidelines. If she on the same guidelines, then we can make a choice. It wouldn't even been a discussion.
Mr. Bradford came up here earlier about some changes to the handbook, and I made a comment. It don't by reading no way, but they don't abide by it. I made that comment. So my thing is this. I don't even know if it's gonna pass. But if it passed from this day forward, the communication need to be to every employee, supervisor, or whoever else. If you travel as a county employee, you need to get it pre-approved.
Let's vote on it.
I can't vote on it.
Well,
In
that's
favor until
okay.
we know details.
Well, let's call for a vote.
Until we figure out the details.
That's my
Call for a
motion.
vote. That's what
My motion, we changed the
No
motion.
reason about it.
If my
Yes, it
motion is to pay her pending, she didn't get paid
That's right.
by CASA. So if she did get paid by CASA, we don't pay her. If she didn't get paid by CASA, we pay her.
We need to
That's
make a
my
vote
motion.
on if it go down. It don't matter if it pass.
You got something better to put on the table, talk to me about it, I can withdraw my
I'm just
motion.
saying we just wait till we get an answer.
It ain't gonna get no answer, cause we've been waiting a year, almost a
that's
year
only
for
2
an answer.
months.
Because these
That's
are
only
just
2
November,
months
December.
Okay, well, what about the other ones that got pushed away and never got brought back up? The last time this came in here, it got pushed away and didn't get brought back up. That's why I wanna vote on it, get a vote on it, and if it don't pass, it don't pass.
Hey, Scott. I'm just gonna say this. I made the motion. Supervisor Grange seconded the motion. And they called for a vote. They before us in here.
Call for the
Well,
vote.
how the hell, I mean, what's gonna happen before us in here?
Call for the vote.
Okay, call for the vote.
Unless Supervisor Wilson has anything to say, you can call a question.
I call for a question.
All right.
Supervisor Gray, how you vote?
I vote yea.
Supervisor Wilson, how you vote?
No.
Supervisor Gaines, how you vote?
Yeah.
I vote nay.
So what we do?
So what we gonna do?
It's, you gotta have a majority to court fail. So
Exactly. So, what we gonna do,
We're gonna look into it.
No, what we gonna do about the motion and the vote?
it can't go nowhere because
It failed, right?
two.
Okay, that's all we need to know.
Now we're gonna look into it like we talked about it a while ago.
Bring it back up.
Supervisor Wilson or Milton to bring it back up.
Now, everybody
This folder to get brought back.
in this county knows that I try to be as
Put
fast
it
as
back on the
possible.
phone and make sure it came up.
Everybody in this county knows. I say if it's not legal, I don't wanna be part of doing nothing. And I will be the first one to call, what's his name?
Share.
I'll be the first one to call him, so I ain't finna call him to myself. But,
All right.
in the meantime, we need to get this straight because we don't need to pick and choose who we gonna do this for, who we gonna do that for, man.
That's why we
And
have policies.
employees.
We have policies, we should follow the policies.
Okay, let's move on.
Yeah, we can move forward.
Last thing I have on here is I want to talk again about the bond we had discussed. I talked with Angie on Friday about the money that we have in the budget to service the debt on this $5 million bond. The money is in the budget. My list of things I want to do with this bond are the gold standard on Chester Willis Field, the gold standard on the girls softball complex, any repairs that need to be made to the rodeo arena that we'll have to get that list together. And then money for each supervisor for their parks and roads that they need to be repaired, whatever that remaining balance is.
Is that 5 million gonna handle all that?
Well, we need to get a list together. That's my list. So I'm gonna ask y'all to get y'all's list together before the next meeting. And, my goal is that it'll leave about 500,000 per supervisor for payment.
All right. You through?
And yeah, also the documents at the, that we're storing, that's in there as well. I think that's 400,000, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Maybe a little bit less than that now. Some of it's been,
Yeah, they said that it's based on, they can't scan the records, of course, they're not gonna charge us for it. So
Right.
They think a lot of it's deteriorated, so.
Okay. Motion.
Mr. President, I got one more thing. I forgot to bring this up in my report. Since we was on Black History, I'm just gonna say this. The first day of Black History, I don't know if y'all are aware of this, but several Black historical colleges got bomb threats. And I think that's a shame for somebody to do a bomb threat on any school. That's just a shame. I'm done.
I need a motion for a closed
Come
determination.
on.
Can I say one more thing before we close? This doesn't have anything to do with that though. I did find the email where, Crystal sent the email out, and the only thing she said was as a point of reminder. Please remember to wear your mask.
Yeah, we can't go and close the termination, they'll do Brad, go ahead.
Please wear your mask while in county. She sent it, January the 28th.
Take your motion We gotta get Brad.
Okay.
So the email went out.
Rescind the motion. We gotta get Brad.
Yeah.
I understand.
And I would-
Brad,
Okay.
that motion has been rescinded by Supervisor Grange,
Yeah.
second by Supervisor Gaines. There was a question about extending the mask mandate for county employees, and the question was, are we covering ourselves as a county if we just adopt the CDC guidelines?
Brad, you weren't here last, the meeting when we adopted, you weren't here.
Okay.
And it seemed like a lot of our employees had COVID.
Right.
And I recommend that we wear the mask inside county-owned buildings, because you know we got a lot of people with underlying health conditions. I don't want to see nobody, die with COVID, because we done had a couple employees that died. So it ends at this meeting. I want to know what is the numbers, whatever, to justify us to continue this for another month, or whatever the case may be. Are the numbers there, or what? Because I seen in the newspaper where 2 more people that died of COVID.
Right, and what it is, the CDC, their only recommendations. The Board of Supervisors, y'all can adopt a policy for that, but in that policy, I don't think we had a mask requirement or a mask mandate type deal. So it's up to the individuals to, because we don't have a declaration or nothing like that, there's no, we have never had one, so it's gonna be hard for the supervisor to try to mandate something without a declaration, without a emergency proclamation for you making people wear masks. That's why we adopted the CDC guidelines that says that you can wear a mask if you want to. Of course, if you get a person with COVID, as far as had their shots, things of that nature, if they trying to get out of work, they can come back early with no symptoms. That's the only thing we adopted. We didn't adopt any mask mandate or anything for requiring our employees to wear masks. All that expired. They county business.
And Mr. Bradford, was our motion not that as the CDC guidelines changed, we changed them?
Right, Reagan, we normally do that, because like I said, once the proclamation, the emergency proclamation ended, there was no more mask, because I think we had a mask requirement at first, it expired, so there's no more mask requirement for the county. Now, if you wanna do that, you gotta go do an emergency proclamation, you gotta come back in, do the emergency proclamation, and put that for the vote to make all county buildings, you have to recommend that you have masks, because that's a mask mandate. So if y'all want to do that.
Well, the only reason I suggested that and did it last time was because everywhere I went in this county, somebody was affected with COVID. I mean, employees all over this county had COVID, and the ones that had COVID, we didn't even know they had COVID. So, to me, we had too many employees that were walking around here with COVID. I call myself trying to protect them from themselves.
And they won't even
And
protect
Well,
themselves.
what it is, if you got offices that the public comes in and out, it's kind of hard to do that, because if the public don't have to wear masks, and you just make the other people wear masks.
No. The motion was if you in a county-owned facility, you had to have.
Right, but what I'm saying is was that for employees or was that for the county?
For a county-owned facility, if you walk through the door, you need to have a
But
mask
you
on.
can't do that because we didn't have an emergency proclamation.
Okay, let's settle that right there.
Okay, that's all we need.
So it's null and void.
Yeah, Brad.
Thank you, Brad.
All right, I need a motion for closed determination.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Gaines, second by Supervisor Hutchins. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it.